I found this recipe in the very old chemistry book, the seventh edition of Edward Turner's Elements of Chemistry, published in London in 1832 by the King's College during the early years of Queen Victoria's reign, though the recipe itself has even older origins, with its earliest iterations appearing in the writings of alchemists centuries earlier as an green.
My name is Frank Evans, and until November 14, 2023, I was just another geophysical data analyst at NOAA's National Centers for Environmental Information in Boulder, Colorado. My job was monotonous, to be honest. I spent 12 hours a day staring at screens that displayed, in real time, the endless flow of information from our satellites and deep-sea buoys. I monitored temperatures, currents, salinity, seismic activity. I was a digital caretaker for the planet, a librarian of terabytes. Extraordinary for me was an unusual spike in the Gulf Stream's temperature or a magnetic anomaly near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. I lived in a world of predictable data. But on that Tuesday at 03:14 a.m. local time, predictability ended. I was on the night shift in the main control room. The official designation was Integrated Data Operations Center, 3rd floor, West Wing. It's a cold, silent place, lit only by the bluish glow of dozens of monitors. The only sound was the low, constant hum of the server racks in the adjacent room, processing room 7. I was in charge of the South Pacific Quadrant, specifically the deep scan sonar feed we called FOP7, the Deep Oceanic Feed 7. This feed compiled data from a network of state-of-the-art hydrophones and subsurface mapping satellites, technology we didn't even have the full specs for, as some of it was military grade, on loan from defense. The goal was to create the most detailed 3D map of the ocean floor ever made. That, Night FOP 7 was focused on an area known as Point Nemo, the most remote point in the ocean, the farthest place from any landmass. It's a satellite cemetery, an aquatic desert. Nothing was supposed to be there, and that's exactly why what happened was so impossible. It started as visual noise, a cascade of green and purple artifacts on my main screen, the one displaying the 3D rendering of the seabed. At first, I thought it was a glitch from the GeoSat-12 satellite, which was on its orbital pass. It happened. Cosmic radiation, solar storms. There was always a rational explanation. I reported the anomaly in the digital log, timestamp 03:14:22, visual anomaly on FOP7 feed, possible particle interference. But the noise didn't disappear. On the contrary, it began to organize itself. The corrupted pixels, instead of flashing randomly, started to coalesce. They formed a line, a perfectly straight line, geometrically impossible for any natural formation, stretching for hundreds of kilometers across the ocean floor. In seconds, the line gained depth and height. The rendering software, trying to make sense of the impossible data, began to draw a shape, a structure. It was a wall, a vertical wall that rose from the abyss, from a depth of over 6,000 meters, and climbed until it almost pierced the surface. The telemetry was going haywire. The numbers made no sense. The material's density was undeterminable. The sonar reflection was almost absolute, as if the sound were hitting something perfectly smooth and impenetrable. Its composition, the system just returned an error, data out of spectrum. I was paralyzed. This wasn't a rock formation. It wasn't an error. It was a colossal artificial structure in a place where man had never been. And it was ancient, covered in millennia of sediment, except in a few spots where it seemed to pulse with a faint internal luminescence that the residual light sensors were picking up. For 1 minute and 47 seconds, the image stood there, solid and terrifying on my screen. I could rotate the 3D model, zoom in. The wall had no visible end in any direction. It was as if we were seeing just a small section of a structure that could encircle the globe. At 03:16:09, my supervisor, Gary Ramirez, a man who normally moved with the speed of a glacier, rushed to my station. He had seen the automatic data anomaly alert on his terminal. "What the hell is that, Frank?" he whispered, his eyes fixed. On the screen, his face pale. Before I could answer, the control room's main alarm blared. Red lights began to flash. On the screen, a red overlay appeared. "System alert. Containment protocol initiated. Data lockdown in progress." And then, as quickly as it appeared, the image was gone. It didn't just return to normal. The FOP7 feed went black. A single message in white text read, "Signal lost, awaiting system reboot." In less than 5 minutes, the room was filled with people I had never seen before. Men in dark suits who were definitely not from NOAA. They moved with a cold, terrifying efficiency. One of them, an older man with a face that seemed carved from granite, came straight to us. Years later, I would learn his name was Charles Campbell, the Director of Special Projects, an almost mythical figure none of us at our level ever saw. Campbell didn't look at us. He looked at the black screen. There was a gamma ray burst from a magnetar. It fried Geosat 12 sensors and corrupted the data buffer. The system generated a ghost image. "It was nothing," he said, his voice calm, but with a tone of absolute finality. "You saw nothing. Understood?" Gary Ramirez just nodded, sweating. I remained silent. A gamma ray burst? It would have triggered all our sensors, not just one specific feed. It would have left a trail of corrupted data across other systems. But everything else was perfectly normal. It was a lie, a blatant and clumsy lie. They sent us home, relieved of duty, until further notice. As I packed my things, with one of the men in suits standing behind me, my gut screamed at me. With trembling hands, pretending to grab my personal flash drive, I executed a quick command in the terminal. A low-level command to copy the contents of my workstation's short-term memory cache to a hidden partition on my drive. It was a 1 in a million shot that anything had survived the purge. They confiscated our cell phones and badges on the way out. I was escorted to my car. I drove home in a state of shock. The early Colorado morning sun beginning to rise. They thought they had erased everything, but I knew they weren't programs. They were brutes. They cut the feed, wiped the main servers, but maybe they forgot about the local cache, the temporary fragments in the feed I held onto for microseconds. When I got home, I locked the door and plugged the flash drive into my personal computer. Most of it was garbage, corrupted data, but in the middle of gigabytes of nothing, there was a single file. A corrupted image file, only 1.7 megabytes, named FOP7 render cache 0315.tmp. When I opened it with data recovery software, my heart stopped. The image was fragmented, full of glitches, but it was unmistakable. A dark vertical line against the data noise, the wall. It was my only proof, and I knew with a certainty that chilled my soul that this proof would make me a target. That wasn't a glitch. It was a glimpse of something they had spent decades hiding. And I had no idea at that moment just how deep and ancient those walls were, both the ones at the bottom of the ocean and the ones built around the secret. but that was nothing compared to what was coming. What I discovered next changed everything I thought I knew about our world, about history, and about our place in it. The suspension from work came the next day, November 15th, 2023, via a cold, impersonal email from an HR address I'd never seen before. Paid administrative. Leave effective immediately, pending the completion of an internal security investigation. The corporate language was a thin veil for the threat it contained. I was being watched. I could feel it. Black cars, ordinary sedans that stood out because of how ordinary they were, parked on my street at odd hours. Clicks on my phone line, my internet speed fluctuating erratically. They were either amateurs or they wanted me to know I was being observed, a form of psychological pressure. My access to any no AA system was revoked instantly. My login, my password, all useless. I was completely cut off from the world I knew. I spent the first few days in a fog of paranoia. I analyzed the 1.7 megabyte file over and over. Using image enhancement software, I managed to clean up some of the artifacts. The structure was more complex than I'd first seen. The surface wasn't perfectly smooth. There were geometric patterns on it, lines intersecting at precise angles, almost like an integrated circuit the size of a mountain range. And the luminescence, it wasn't constant. It seemed to pulse in a slow, deliberate rhythm, a heartbeat every 8.7 seconds. I needed more. That file was proof I wasn't crazy, but it didn't explain anything. That's when I remembered Eric Nelson. Eric was a senior analyst who retired in 2019. He was brilliant, but eccentric. In his final years at NOAA, he became obsessed with what he called ghost echoes, sonar signals that appeared where nothing should be and vanished. Before they could be verified, management wrote him off as senile and forced him into retirement. I remembered a conversation with him in the cafeteria around 2018. He told me in a low voice about a Cold War era Navy project, one he believed had found something big that was abruptly shut down and classified. He called it the ocean's oldest secret. Finding Eric Nelson wasn't easy. He had moved to a remote cabin in the mountains of Wyoming, living almost completely off the grid. It took me a week to get his address from an old mutual colleague. I drove for 8 hours, no phone, paying for everything in cash. When I arrived, he met me at the door with a shotgun in his hands. "I knew one of you would come one day," he said, his eyes suspicious. It took me an hour to convince him I wasn't with them. I showed him the image on my laptop. He stared at it for a long time, the color draining from his face. "So it's true," he whispered. "Anomaly SO77B, they called it Siren Song." He brought me inside. His cabin was lined with maps, charts, and fireboxes. Eric Nelson hadn't been idle in his retirement. He had continued his investigation. He told me about Project Siren Song. Officially, it was a 1980s US Navy program to test a new generation of low-frequency sonar for detecting Soviet submarines. On August 12, 1984, a Navy research vessel, the USNS Howard, was testing the system in the same region as Point Nemo. They sent out a high-power sonar pulse. What came back shocked them. Instead of a diffuse echo from the seabed, they received a cohesive, structured return from something so massive it overloaded their sensors. The anomaly was designated SO77B. Eric handed me a document. It was a copy of a telex, yellow and fragile, that he'd smuggled out when he left NOAA. It was dated August 13th, 1984, 0400 Zulu. Protocol, NAV Intel Sec classified. Sender, USNS Howard. Recipient, Since Passee FLT, Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet. The text was short and staggering. Received anomalous return on SO77B. Preliminary analysis suggests artificial structure of continental scale. Reflection indicates non-metallic material, extreme density. Radio silence imposed. Awaiting orders. But the most chilling part was the final sentence. Following initial pulse at 0217 Zulu, We registered an emission originating from the anomaly. It was not an echo, it was a response. A response. The wall wasn't passive, it reacted. Eric told me that 3 days later, Project Siren Song was cancelled. All data was confiscated by naval intelligence. The crew of the USNS Howard was debriefed, forced to sign lifetime NDAs, and reassigned to different posts around the globe. The official explanation was that the new sonar had a catastrophic flaw that created ghost echoes. Another lie. They weren't afraid the Soviets would find it, Frank, Eric said, his voice tense. They were afraid humanity would find it. They were afraid of waking it up. I returned to Colorado with a new understanding of what I was up against. This wasn't a recent conspiracy. It was a cover-up that was 40 years old, maybe older. The wall was the best kept secret on the planet. While I was away, they increased the pressure. On November 28th, 2023, 2 men from what looked like the FBI knocked on my door. They didn't show a warrant. They said it was an informal chat about the security investigation at NOAA. The names on their badges were David Lewis and Michael Ross Walker. They asked vague questions about my work routine, about any anomalies I might have noticed. I played dumb. But before they left, Lewis glanced at my personal computer on the desk. It's important you remember your non-disclosure agreement, Mr. Evans. Unauthorized dissemination of classified data, even if it's corrupted or ghost data, carries severe penalties. It would be a shame to ruin a promising career. The threat was no longer veiled. It was explicit. They knew I had something. They just didn't know what. That night, I decided hiding wasn't enough. Defending myself wasn't enough. I had to attack. I needed someone who could get in where I no longer could. Someone who could bypass the digital walls they had built. I remembered a name from my college days. A computer genius who lived in a legal grey area. Someone who saw any security system as a puzzle to be solved. His name was Justin Sanchez. Finding him would be my next step. I needed the evidence they had buried in NOAA's servers. I needed the logs, the emails, the communications that would prove the cover-up. The 1984 telex was the smoke. I needed to find the smoking gun. But that old document was just the surface. What was archived in server room 7 in NOAA's deep digital files would reveal connections that went far beyond the Navy, reaching into the heart of the military-industrial complex and a secret group whose sole purpose was to ensure that humanity never, ever learned the truth about what was sleeping at the bottom of our own planet. Contacting Justin Sanchez was like trying to set up a meeting with a ghost. He had no social media profiles, no fixed address, and his name hadn't appeared in any public records since he dropped out of college in 2012. The only way to reach him was through the old programming and cryptography forums where he used to be a legend, under the handle Nix. It took me days, using a series of proxies and VPNs from a public library, to finally find a trace of him. I left an encrypted message on an obscure board, mentioning a coding project we'd done together in college, something only he would know. The reply came 48 hours later, on December 5th, 2023. It was a single line of code that, when compiled, revealed an IP address and a time. It was an invitation. The meeting was in a loud coffee shop in downtown Denver. Justin looked almost the same, just thinner, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he didn't see the sun much. He listened to my story in silence, expressing no surprise or disbelief. When I finished and showed him the image of the wall on my encrypted laptop, he finally spoke. "So the hollow earth theory is real?" he said with a wry smile, but his eyes were serious, analyzing every pixel. "It's not hollow," I replied. "It's walled off." He leaned forward. "What do you want from me, Frank?" "I want in," I said. "I want back into NOAA's servers. I want the original Fox 7 logs from the night of November 14th. I want Charles, Campbell's emails and everyone else involved. I want proof that they lied and covered it all up. Justin thought for a moment, drumming his fingers on the table. They'll hunt me for the rest of my life if we get caught. They're already hunting me, I said. And they'll come for you eventually if they know we talked. The only way out of this is to blow the story wide open. Make it so big they can't silence us individually anymore. He let out a long sigh. Noah's network is a nightmare. It's a patchwork of legacy systems from the 90s with state-of-the-art security patches slapped on top. Getting in will be hard. Accessing the quarantined log files, next to impossible. They don't delete critical data. They bury it in digital vaults. That's why I came to you, I said. He agreed. We started working that same night in an anonymous basement that Justin used as his base of operations. It was a labyrinth of cables, monitors, and old hardware. Our plan was methodical. Step one was to gain access. Justin explained that a frontal assault would be suicide. We needed a back door. He remembered that NOAA used an old data transfer protocol to communicate with remote weather stations in Alaska, a system that hadn't been updated since the early 2000s. It was our vulnerability. On December 11th, 2023, at 02 Sounds, we began the attack. Justin used a buffer overflow exploit in that old protocol, routing our signal through a chain of compromised servers in Estonia, Brazil, and Malaysia. It was a tense process. Every command was a risk. At 0437 we were in, but it was low-level access, restricted to an isolated part of the network. From there, the meticulous work began. We spent the next 3 days escalating privileges, moving laterally through the network, covering our tracks. Justin was an artist. He used the credentials of a maintenance tech on vacation, then those of a mid-level system administrator. Finally, on December 14th, exactly 1 month after the incident, we reached our target, the security data archival server codenamed Minos. That's where we struck gold. The original FOP7 logs hadn't been deleted. They'd been moved to an encrypted partition and flagged for deletion in 365 days. We copied them. Analyzing the logs was our first major victory. They showed without a doubt that there was no equipment failure. The GeoSat 12 feed was perfect right up until the moment the wall's image formed. More importantly, the system command log showed a feed purge, and terminal lockout order issued manually from an IP address that wasn't in the control room. We traced the IP. It came from a secure terminal inside the Pentagon. The order to cover it up didn't come from inside NOAA. It came from the Department of Defense. Next, we went after Charles Campbell's emails. His inbox was a digital fortress, but Justin found a crack. Campbell used an old tablet to read emails from home, and that tablet's syncing software had a known vulnerability. We managed to download a backup file of his entire mailbox for the last 6 months. It was reading those emails on December 16th that the scope of the conspiracy became truly global. There were exchanges with individuals in the UK's Ministry of Defence, France's DGSE, and even unofficial contacts in Russia and China. They all spoke in coded language about the asset, threshold integrity, and the importance of maintaining the silence protocol. It was a secret alliance of the world's major powers, united, not by ideology but by a shared secret, the secret of the war. And then we found the name that would change the course of our investigation, John Parker Torres. He was a legendary physicist and computer scientist who worked for DARPA in the 80s and 90s. Officially, John Parker Torres died in a lab accident in 1995, but according to an email from Campbell to a Navy admiral dated November 20th, 2023, consultation with JPT confirmed the 1114 event was a passive diagnostic pulse. The threshold remains stable. He advises maintaining level 4 protocol and increasing surveillance on FOP7 staff. John Parker Torres was alive, and he wasn't just a consultant. He seemed to be in charge. His death in 1995 was a sham, a way to take him off the public grid so he could run this secret program full time. Using his name as a search key, Justin scoured the deepest directories of the Minos server, and there, in a folder protected by multiple layers of encryption, he found the crown. Jewel, an 800-page PDF document watermarked Top Secret Threshold, Eyes Only. The title was The Threshold Protocol, Containment and Non-Provocation Strategies for K-Class Submarine Anomalies. It was the operations manual for the cover-up. It detailed the history of the war's discovery, from the first ghost echoes in the 50s, through Project Siren's song, to the current surveillance technology. It described the wall not as a wall, but as a quarantine membrane. Their theory was that it wasn't built to keep us in, it was built to keep something out. The pulses, like the one I saw, were the containment system recalibrating itself. Our investigation had given us the pieces. The man who designed the system to monitor the wall wasn't dead. He was managing its quarantine, and the entire world was his unsuspecting ward. We had everything we needed. The proof of the event, the proof of the cover-up, the names of those involved, and the structure of the conspiracy. Justin began compiling it all into a single encrypted data packet, an information bomb ready to be detonated. But as he worked, I felt a chill. What we found in those files didn't just show a cover-up, it showed fear, the deep, absolute fear of powerful men in the face of something they didn't understand and couldn't control. And this person, John Parker Torres, who everyone believed was dead, was now, for all intents and purposes, the silent warden of the most important secret in human history. The calm before the storm lasted 72 hours. From December 17th to the 19th, 2023, Justin and I worked non-stop in the basement, refining our data package. We arranged the evidence chronologically and irrefutably. The original image fragment, the NOAA server logs, the satellite telemetry Justin had scraped from the European Space Agency server, the 1984 telex, Charles Campbell's emails, and finally, the Threshold Protocol manual itself. Justin dubbed it the Pandora file. We were ready to expose everything. Our plan was to send the file simultaneously to The Guardian, Der Spiegel, ProPublica, and WikiLeaks. We believed a massive international release would be impossible to contain. We were wrong about how fast they could move. On the night of December 20th, 2023, around 11 p.m., something fell off. The basement's internet connection, usually lightning fast, slowed to a crawl. Justin frowned. He opened a terminal and typed a few commands. "They're here," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "They're doing a network sweep of the entire block. They're triangulating us." There was no time for panic. "How long do we have?" I asked. "Maybe 5 minutes if we're lucky." "Send the file," I said. "Now." Justin began the upload process to the news outlet's secure servers. The progress bar crawled, 10%, 20%. Outside, we heard the sound of cars screeching to a halt. "Too late, it won't finish in time," Justin said, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Plan B, then." He aborted the upload, plugged a small device into the main laptop, and started a direct transfer. "I'm moving everything to a digital dead drop, a ghost server in Ukraine. I'll give you the credentials. If you get out, you can access it from anywhere." We heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above us. A crash, the front door being smashed in. "Go," Justin said, shoving a small piece of paper with a string of characters into my hand. "The back. There's a service tunnel that leads to the alley. I'll slow them down." I hesitated. "Go," he yelled. I ran to the back of the basement, pulled open a grate in the floor, and dropped into a dark, damp tunnel. Above me, I heard shouting, the sound of equipment being smashed. They had Justin, but he bought me the chance I needed. I spent the next few weeks as a fugitive. I moved from city to city, using only cash, sleeping in cheap hotels. On January 15th, 2024, from the internet cafe in Chicago, I finally accessed the dark. It was all there. Justin had done it. I spent 48 hours formatting the release, writing a manifesto, explaining every document, every piece of proof. And then, on January 17,
the Salt Topper,
2024,
the original Salt Topper for your
13-room
pickup, based
GMT
right here
had
in
hit
Colorado.
70.
There's a
The
million ways to
explosion
build
was
out this
immediate
truck.
and
But
global.
here's why Salt
At
Topper
first,
is
government
better.
agencies tried
Every
to
Salt Topper is
the
designed
Department of
specifically to
Defense
the body line of your
spokesperson
truck.
in a press
No giant gaps or bulges top here, match up to your paint color or your rims like we did. Now that's it. Colorado has to run your brand. So we use the toughest fabric and designed the Salt Topper with the marine grade hardware and all
were
the
hacked
construction
and doctored.
to make sure it
The
can withstand
evidence
travel
was
and
too strong.
My favorite part,
Investigative
the Salt
journalists
Topper
began to
adapts to fit
verify
your
the
adventure.
facts. The
In a rooftop tent,
1984
try
telex
one of our
was
extra
confirmed
wraps.
as authentic
You know, all your
by
buddies'
former
couch,
Navy
retract the
communications
Salt
officer.
Topper, use
The
the pickup
European
truck,
Space
normally works.
Agency's
Choice is
telemetry
yours.
was real.
Your truck should adapt to fit your
Cybersecurity
lifestyle.
experts analyzed the no-way logs and concluded they were not forgeries.
Truck
The
should
war
adapt
became
to
the biggest
fit your
story on the
lifestyle.
planet.
Not the other way.
entire world
Truck should
saw
adapt to
the
fit your
brilliant
lifestyle.
that had appeared
Not the
on
other way
screen.
around. Don't settle
Scientists
for a cheap and
debated
made
its
alternative.
origin.
Get the original
Theologians
Salt Topper.
questioned
Based right here
its
in Jupiter.
implications. The full truth, the revelation of the Threshold Protocol, was the most shocking part. The idea that world governments weren't hiding a discovery, but actively managing a cosmic quarantine, was terrifying. The Threshold Protocol document detailed everything. The wall was a semi-dormant energy structure estimated to be no less than 1.8 billion years old. Its function was clear: to isolate the solar system. The periodic emissions, like the one I witnessed, were maintenance cycles. The protocol wasn't to study the wall, but to ensure it was never disturbed. All our space exploration, all our
Get the
progress
original.
have been subtly diverted from any trajectory that might approach certain exclusion zones where the wall was thinner. John Parker Torres' death in 1995 was the turning point, when the program shifted from simple observation to active containment under his leadership. He was the director of a nameless organization with a limitless budget and authority above any government, known internally only as the Threshold. The public pressure became unbearable. On February 2nd, 2024, Charles Campbell resigned from NOAA. It was the first domino to fall. The Navy admiral he'd exchanged emails with was forced into early retirement. The scandal shook governments in Washington, London, and Paris, but the central figure, John Parker Torres, remained a ghost. There were no recent records of him, no photos, nothing. He was officially a dead man. The most significant consequence, however, wasn't political. It was scientific. The revelation forced space and oceanographic agencies worldwide to point their instruments at the coordinates I had leaked, and they confirmed it. The structure was there. It wasn't visible all the time, but energy fluctuations and gravitational distortions proved its existence. Humanity suddenly felt very small. We were a culture living on an isolated reservation, unaware of the fences. But that document, that protocol, those names, they were just a fragment. The real heart of the conspiracy wasn't the cover-up itself, it was the reason for it. What was the wall containing? What was on the other side? The Threshold Protocol Manual had a final section, heavily redacted, with many passages blacked out, but one sentence remained. Containment is imperative, as any breach of the threshold would result in a reacquisition event by the original observer. Who was the original observer? The answer to that question was the real secret, a secret they would be willing to do anything to protect, and worse, in the chaos of my escape. I remembered something Justin had said as he analyzed the last data we had pulled. He found a small audio file attached to a recent report from the Threshold. It was a hydrophone recording from the past few weeks. He played it for me. It was a low rhythmic sound, the pulsing of the wall. But it was different from what the old records described. It was faster. The interval was no longer 8.7 seconds. It had decreased to 7.2. The war wasn't just waking up, it was accelerating. The fall of Charles Campbell and the others was just for show. It was a calculated sacrifice to calm the public storm. By March 2024, a new director was appointed to NOAA, a faceless bureaucrat named William Stewart, who promised full transparency. The Congressional Committee formed to investigate the threshold matter produced a 2,000-page report in August 2024 that, in essence, said nothing. They concluded that a group of defense officials and scientists, acting with an overabundance of caution, had overclassified anomalous data for decades. They admitted to the existence of the energy structure, but rebranded it as an ununderstood natural geophysical phenomenon. It was the greatest exercise in obfuscation in history. They took the truth, wrapped it in scientific and bureaucratic jargon, and made it boring and incomprehensible to the general public. The story, which had captivated the world for months, slowly faded from the headlines, replaced by new crises, new distractions. They won. As for me, I continue to live in the shadows. The name Frank Evans is now on every watch list in the world. I am a ghost, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere for more than a few weeks. I believe Justin Sanchez is alive. The charges against him were quietly dropped, and there was no record of him entering any federal prison. They didn't kill him, they recruited him. A talent like his is too valuable to waste in a cell. He's probably working for them in the heart of the threshold, strengthening the very digital walls he helped me tear down. I don't blame him. It was the price of his survival. The victory we won was hollow. Yes, the world now knows the war exists, but the truth has been tamed. It's become a topic for late-night documentaries and internet conspiracy forums. The visceral fear and existential urgency of the discovery have been neutralized. John Parker Torres' organization, The Threshold, survived. They no longer needed to hide completely. They just changed their name, restructured. Now, they likely operate under the guise of an international research consortium with a black budget that flows through dozens of different agencies. New codes, new protocols, same intent: monitor, contain, and ensure no one gets too close. But I survived too, and before we were separated, Justin gave me a party gift, a small encryption key and a hidden network address. It was a backdoor, a read-only access to a single data feed he managed to plant in the Threshold system before he was captured. It's a raw telemetry feed, straight from one of the new
It was December 2024 when Deputy Austin Bradford was shot in the leg.
Hang on, buddy, we're coming.
In the chaos, Hiawassee, Georgia police officer Jose Carbajal responded, even though the scene was outside the city limits.
Where are you headed? Which way do you go? Hey, we got you. Which way
He's a combat veteran who
Weeks
served
ago,
in both
on
the U.S. Navy
September
and the Army.
1st,
When he arrived, he immediately went into battlefield triage mode, helping direct the use of a tourniquet to stop Bradford's bleeding and called in details on the suspect. But in the midst of the controlled chaos, something small set the stage for a major clash. Officer Carbajal accidentally picked up a wounded deputy's gun, mistaking it for his own. Realizing the mix-up, he put the gun back in its holster. Then, on the advice from others on the scene, he secured the weapon in his waistband, intending to leave it untouched until the Georgia Bureau of Investigation arrived. That's when Towns County, Georgia Sheriff Kenneth Henderson arrived.
Sheriff, we're reporting the scene so that nothing else gets touched, nothing else happens.
The body cam footage that was obtained by Atlanta News First Investigations, which I'll link below, shows Henderson pressing Carbajal about the deadly weapon.
I do, it's right here. We moved it out of the way. I don't care why you moved it, but we moved it out of the way.
Carbajal calm but firm told Henderson that he wasn't going to touch the gun again until investigators got there. Then he turned to walk away, telling the sheriff to quote, "Get away from me."
We're not touching it again until GBI shows up. Unless you want to grab it, you can grab it. No, I'm not touching it anymore. You should know better than that, bud. Really? Are you not trying? I am. Get away from me.
But Henderson didn't back down. Instead, he followed, put his hands on Carbajal, and spun him around.
Hey, don't leave me alone. Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Shut up. You know what I'm doing. What are you doing? Please.
If somebody got a zone to get that weapon out with
Put your hands on somebody. Somebody get the gloves. Get his gun. Put it out there.
Multiple deputies' body cameras captured the moment. Shock spread across the scene. Deputies can be heard trying to hold back their own boss, stunned that their boss, the sheriff, was escalating a confrontation with another police officer who had just been there saving a deputy's life.
It's exceptional.
It was December.
Days of your life. It feels of life in your days.
Everybody, I want to thank you for coming out. First off, I want to introduce our new administrator of the FCSA, Tara Barr. She confirmed a month ago. So it's our first press conference together. We're doing an excellent job. We want to give an update on CDLs, non-domiciled CDLs. This has been a story that's been covered for some time in the news media, and there's been some new developments over the course of the last days and weeks. But before I start, I do want to thank Secretary Noem and ICE and the state of Indiana for the great work they've done at a press conference this morning, identifying 223 illegals that were arrested in a sting operation in Indiana. 146 of those individuals were truck drivers. And Kristi Noem, Secretary Noem, actually pointed out that a number of those truck drivers that were illegal have criminal records. Individuals that have no place on American roads. Through Indiana's great work, we discovered that they were, and those people are taken off the road now, and many of them are headed back to their countries of origin. I know other states are partnering with us. States like Oklahoma also setting up operations in their states to actually enforce the laws on the books in their states, but also the laws that come from the federal government and those of us here at DOT. So I want to walk through just some of the history of what's happened here. In late May, we told all of our states that you have to enforce the English proficiency requirements that are on the books right now. By the way, those are not new rules. Those are on US DOT. These are the books for decades. It's just that we were going to enhance the penalties that existed before Barack Obama changed them in the early 2000s. Go back to the original standard, taking vehicles out of service if someone couldn't speak English. And then we did an investigation in regards to non-domiciled CDLs. So just quickly, what is a non-domiciled CDL? It was a CDL that was envisioned for someone from one state, a citizen from one state, that was going to get a commercial driver's license in another state. So, say I'm in Wisconsin and I want to drive truck in Texas, a lot of jobs down there, and I would get a commercial driver's license in non-domiciled one state of Texas. Unlike many of our laws, it was contorted by other types of rules and local governors. And they started to allow foreigners to get non-domiciled CDLs. We discovered, we reported this a month ago, that many of these non-domiciled CDLs, the commercial driver's licenses that were given to foreigners, they were issued online. For example, it would look like a foreigner has a work permit that expires on one day, but the commercial driver's license would not have an expiration date, whether it's months or years later. Again, not following the rules of DOT. We discovered that through our investigation. We put a stop to all non-domiciled CDLs across the country. And then requested that all the states go back and look at all the non-domiciled CDLs that were issued in their states to find out which ones were issued unlawfully. That process is coming to a close. I think a lot of states have tried to comply, but I think we have a number of states that have been less than willing to comply with our requirements. So that brings us to today. We're in a situation where we have now found that many states have issued commercial driver's licenses that are designated as U.S. citizens, but they're issuing those licenses to foreigners or to illegals. So you have an illegal alien, a foreigner, who might have a work permit, but they're getting a commercial driver's license that indicates that they're a U.S. citizen, number one. Number two, we have states that are
Its exact composition.
giving illegal aliens. So they don't have a work permit, they're here legally, they're giving illegals commercial driver's licenses. So instead of the state finding an illegal in their state, coming in to get a commercial driver's license and actually calling ICE and saying this person should be deported, they're actually giving them a commercial driver's license. So these are individuals that can drive fuel tankers, they can drive school buses, they can drive all of these very dangerous big rigs on our roads, and they are in the country unlawfully. And then finally, what we found is that we have a number of drivers that have no driver's license at all. They're just getting behind the wheel of a big rig and they are operating. And we're seeing the consequences of that. We're seeing more crashes, more consequences, more death on American roadways. And so the question becomes, what are we going to do? Right? How do we actually navigate this from our perspective? Well, number one, we have a lot of money that flows from this department to our states. And you saw that we pulled $40 million from the state of California because they were refusing to comply with our English proficiency language requirements. We're getting information from state troopers in the state of California that Gavin Newsom has specifically told them, don't comply with this requirement from the Department of Transportation. Number one. But number two, in regard to the non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses, we've asked for compliance for those states to again go back and look at the licenses to verify that they were issued lawfully. California is
but Rule 1 was a bit trickier, and it would severely limit the ways that I could make the disc. This because you know how he does when you shape the metal glass like normal metal by grinding, cutting, or instead.
No EBT. We got the whole team. Kelvin, no EBT.
The first is that
We got the whole team.
Kelvin,
no EBT.
with absolutely no air pressure. Then the second was that to form metallic glass, the molten metal had to be cooled as fast as possible, and this meant that the mold that I used had to have some sort of cooling system. Altogether, this definitely wasn't ideal, but I still felt that it was doable, and at this point, I was fully committed to the project. So I immediately dove right into planning it, and the first thing that I did was reach out to Steve Cole to get the exact dimensions of his disc, and he was nice enough to help me out. I then spent the next few weeks trying to come up with a setup that I thought would work, and my first idea was to do something similar to what I made for Pole. This because to do that, all I needed was a simple furnace with a crucible, and with a small tube shooting in some inert argon gas, I was able to easily protect all of the molten metal from air. I was also able to quickly pour it all out into a graphite bowl, and cool was extremely reactive, and some bits slightly oxidized on the surface. In my mind, this basically solved pretty much my entire problem with air, and I figured that for the cooling part, the only thing that I would have to do differently was pour it into a perfectly sized little disc mold and to quickly cool it using something like a computer heatsink. What was also nice and extremely important was that it was very easy for me to do all of this in one of my fume hoods, which would completely protect me from the scary beryllium. Overall, I really felt that this solved pretty much all of my issues, and I was actually very close to testing it out until I randomly stumbled onto this paper that I had somehow never seen before.
69.55.
Talked about making discs of metallic glass. They also included a photo of something that they made.
Exit 69 on Route 55.
And what was especially nice was that they explained exactly how they did it. Specifically, they said that all of the ingredients were arc melted together and then suction cast using water-cooled copper molds under a purified argon atmosphere.
At first, a lot of these words honestly didn't mean very much to me, but with a bit more searching, I found that at least on a lab scale, this seemed to be a somewhat common way to make metallic glass. It also seemed like the main part of the setup was this thing called an arc melter, and then even more searching on Google, I was able to find a bunch of photos. I then took a closer look at what appeared to be the simplest one, except what kind of concerned
Is
me
it faster to get
was that
to
I
Florida
honestly
if you
had
go
no idea
through
what I was looking
Kentucky?
at. After examining it a bit more, though, I realized that it was actually a lot simpler than I thought, and it was basically just a standard welding setup with some extra parts. This was especially highlighted by the fact that it was powered by a common welded power supply, and that the positive output was connected to a standard tungsten welding electrode. There were, of course, some major differences, though, and the first was that the other wire, which is normally attached to the thing that's getting welded, was instead attached to a water-cooled copper crucible. Then on top of this, all of it was enclosed in a glass or metal shell and filled with an inert gas like argon, which would completely protect it from air. With this setup, it was also apparently possible to liquefy almost any metal, and I found this really cool demo of one on YouTube. The moment that it was turned on, it immediately released some blindingly bright light, and this is because a plasma was being generated between the electrode and the copper crucible. This plasma was then so hot that it was able to almost instantly liquefy any metal that it touched, and it honestly kind of blew my mind how fast it was able to melt. With that being said, though, after seeing this, I almost immediately wanted one, mostly because it looked really cool, but also because it really did seem like an arc melter would be both the easiest and safest way to work with the metallic glass. What I also think made it even more enticing was that with a slightly larger one like this, it was apparently possible to incorporate a custom mold into the water-cooled copper crucible. This would then allow me to directly suction cast the molten metal into the exact disc that I wanted, and at the same time, it would also cool it extremely quickly, which was very important. And at this point, I was pretty much fully committed to getting an arc melter. The only problem was that just by looking at it, I knew that it was going to be expensive, and after talking to someone on Alibaba for over a week, the final quote that I got was $14,000. This was way more than the close to $0 that I would have had to spend on my other setup, and the number honestly kind of shocked me. It was clearly the much better and safer option though, and on top of this, they confirmed that it was no problem to make a disc mold with the exact dimensions that Steve had given me.
Vitamino color spectrum, glass shine 0, locked in glass shine. Results last up to 10 washes. Powered by 5% alpha CN for anti-frizz, anti-humidity, heat protection up to 450 degrees. Vitamino color spectrum by L'Oréal Professionnel.
If you're buying an investment property without using your IRA or 401k, watch this first.
And Kroger is never compromised. You get top high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, Kroger shoppers never compromise.
everyone? So I decided to just go for it, and after a few months of patiently waiting, I eventually received this large wooden box. I then spent the next 15 minutes taking everything apart, and I got rid of all the packaging, and I was very happy to see that I now had everything that I needed. More specifically, I had the power supply, a water chiller, and a vacuum pump, and of course, the space-age looking arc melter. Now, all I had to do was put it all together by first plugging in the wires from the electrode and the crucible to the power supply, then by connecting the chiller to all of the water lines, and lastly, by attaching the vacuum pump to this little pipe sticking out on the side. I also went and got my argon tank and I attached it to this part at the top, and when I was done, I felt that it was looking pretty good. I then opened it up to check out the copper crucible, and I was really happy to see that it was exactly what I had asked for. In the middle, there was the custom bowl, which I will talk more about later, and around it, there were 4 small rounded wells, which I could use to melt metal. There were also 2 custom ones with an exact diameter of 44 millimeters, and I had made these just in case the mold somehow totally failed. This way, I would at least have something to potentially fall back on, and like the mold, I'll talk more about them later on. Either way, with it all assembled, it was finally time to test it out, and I was pretty excited. I was also kind of tempted to just immediately...
There's a story that needs to be told right now, and if you're watching this, it's not by accident. Somewhere out there, someone who smiled in your face decided you were their problem. Someone who couldn't stand the light you carry, the peace you walk in, or the way you keep rising no matter what they throw at you. They didn't just wish you harm in their thoughts. They went further. They paid money, made plans, sought out practitioners of ancient arts, and commissioned your downfall. They wanted you erased, diminished, or destroyed.
Which was perfect for this, and I loaded up one of the small wells. I then lowered down the main chamber and I clamped it shut, and I turned on the vacuum pump to pull out all of the air. To monitor this, I just looked at the pressure gauge, and when I eventually saw that it stopped going down, I closed the vacuum and I opened the valve to the argon. This caused the argon gas to rush in and for the pressure to increase again, and when it eventually got back to around 0, I turned off the gas and I flipped back on the vacuum. I then repeated this exact same process 3 more times, and when I was done, I closed both the vacuum and the argon valve. All of these cyclings should have then left me with a chamber that had effectively no oxygen or moisture in it, and only enough argon, ready to start blasting the iron. The only thing left to do was to flip on the power supply and to quickly do a horrible job setting up a camera to look inside, and at this point, I just had to click the pedal on the floor to make it go. So I quickly lined up the electrode above the iron, and I was honestly a bit nervous, but I just went ahead and clicked it, and the whole thing immediately lit up. Within a fraction of a second, the argon between the electrode and the crucible had been turned into a plasma, and I don't know why I was so surprised that it was working. It's working! The only problem was that it seemed to be struggling to melt the iron, and this was because the power supply was still at its lowest setting. I started it like this because I wanted to start safe, but clearly it needed more power to generate a hot plasma, and I quickly ramped it up. As I did this, it immediately got a lot brighter, and not long after, there was thankfully some molten iron. This was actually really impressive, considering that iron melts at around 1500 C, or 2800 Fahrenheit, and to do this in seconds was kind of insane. What I thought was even more impressive, though, was that in less than a minute later, it had completely liquefied, and I had an absolutely ripping hot blob of iron. It also didn't seem to have any oxides forming, which told me that the inert atmosphere was working, and overall, I was very happy with my purchase. I mean, it really was just as cool as I had imagined, and even if I completely failed to make metallic glass, I had absolutely no regrets. That's really. But with that being said, the iron wasn't going to get any more liquidy, so I stopped blasting it and I let it cool down. Then, several minutes later, when I felt that it was ready, I popped open the chamber and I saw my beautiful little blob of iron metal. I was also really happy to see that it didn't look like it got oxidized at all, but it was surrounded by a bunch of black junk,
Stop doing
which
this.
I think is just carbon.
Let me show 3
I
iPhone
think
mistakes made by old people.
And when I flipped it over, I noticed that the
You
bottom
carry
side
in the
wasn't
piece you
properly
walk in or the way
I
you
really
keep
thought that I
rising no
avoided
matter
this
what they
by
throw at you.
absolutely blasting it, but clearly the cold copper really did its job, and the stuff at the bottom would probably always struggle to melt. But moving on, the machine clearly worked, and now the only other thing that I had to do before working with the scary beryllium was test the mold. Up until now, I also never explained how this mold even worked, but thankfully, it was supposed to be pretty simple. The basic idea was that the mold itself was made from 2 separate pieces that were just sitting snugly in the crucible, and between these 2 pieces, there was a cavity in the shape of a disc, which had a diameter of exactly 44 millimeters and a width of 3.5 millimeters. Then, according to the manual, to fill this with metal, all I had to do was melt some metal on top of the mold, which apparently wouldn't fall through the hole, until I opened the vacuum valve. This was then supposed to fill a vacuum through the hole at the bottom, which would cause the metal on the top to get quickly sucked in, and once it was full, the cold crucible would cause it to almost instantly freeze. After that, I just had to pull the entire mold out of the crucible and open the 2 halves, and this would leave me with, at least theoretically, a near perfect disc of metal. In my mind, this all seemed relatively simple and straightforward, and to get things going, I just loaded a bunch more iron onto the mold. I then sealed the chamber and cycled it like before, and I blasted it until it was completely molten. Now, to turn this red hot metal into a hopefully beautiful disc, I apparently just had to quickly open this valve on the side and pull a vacuum. I then expected to see all of the metal to just quickly get sucked into the hole, except, well, absolutely nothing happened. It just sat there. With seemingly no intention of going into the hole, even with the vacuum on full blast. I then spent the next several minutes trying a bunch of different things to make it work, like increasing the power and blasting it directly in the center above the hole, but it didn't seem to make a difference. I also tried it again using a lot less iron, and I heated it for a lot longer, which I was hoping would help it melt at the bottom and magically fix everything, except that still totally failed. So using this mold apparently wasn't quite as easy as I assumed, and in a desperate attempt to figure out what was going on, I ended up spending the next few days trying a bunch of random things. I also ended up trying it with lower melting point metals like aluminum and tin to see if that would make a difference, and with those, I was actually able to get some to go into the mold, but the result was always trash. Many more repeated failures then eventually pushed me to the point where I started thinking that there was actually something
They
wrong
didn't
with
just
the mold.
wish you harm in their thoughts. They went
And I was
further.
honestly getting
They
pretty
paid
close to
money,
just
made
giving up.
plans, sought out practitioners of ancient arts, and commissioned your downfall. They wanted you erased, diminished, or destroyed. But here's what they didn't know, and here's what this video will reveal to you today. When that practitioner, that spiritual worker, that person who traffics in energies most people don't understand, when they looked into your energy field to do their work, something stopped them cold. They saw something around you that made them refuse the job, return the money, or in some cases, run in the opposite direction. They saw protection that doesn't come from this realm. They saw forces standing guard around your life that no amount of money, no ritual, no hex, and no curse could penetrate. This isn't fantasy. This is the reality of what happens when someone tries to touch what the universe itself has placed a seal upon. Your enemies paid for your destruction, and instead, they got a lesson they'll never forget. If you've ever felt like someone was working against you in ways you couldn't see, if you've sensed dark intentions pointed your way, but you're still standing, still breathing, still thriving, then this message was written in the stars specifically for you. Before we go deeper, if you've survived what should have destroyed you, if you felt that invisible shield around your life, type protected in the comments right now. Let that word activate the recognition of what's been covering you all along. And if you haven't subscribed yet, do it now, because this channel speaks to those who walk a different path, those who carry a frequency that can't be dimmed by ordinary means. Now let me take you into the shadows and the light. Let me show you exactly what happens when hatred meets grace, when curses meet covering, and when someone's worst intentions collide with your anointed existence. This is the untold story of spiritual warfare that ended before it even began. This is what happened when your hater paid for a spell, and the universe said, not this one.
Yugo is car insurance that lets you pay at your own pace. Tired of big monthly payments? Yugo breaks up your insurance bill into small pieces to help you pay for coverage a little bit at a time. This means more money in your pocket to pay other bills or have a little fun. Get instant proof of insurance in under 6 minutes. No agents, no phone calls, no hassle. Drop insured today.
Jealousy doesn't always show its face openly. Sometimes it wears a smile, asks how you're doing, and even celebrates your wins publicly. But behind closed doors, in the privacy of bitter thoughts and sleepless nights, that same person fantasizes about your downfall. They can't understand why life seems to favor you. They can't comprehend how you keep recovering from setbacks that would have buried others. Your resilience irritates them. Your peace enrages them. Your very existence feels like a personal offense to their ego. So they made a decision. They decided that if they couldn't outwork you, outsmart you, or outlast you naturally, they would seek supernatural intervention. This person, you might know, or maybe you don't, researched and reached out. They found someone known for working with energies that operate outside the boundaries of conventional understanding. Whether they called this person a root worker, a conjurer, a spiritual consultant, or by traditional names from various cultures, the intention was the same. They wanted something done. They wanted your progress stopped, your health affected, your relationships destroyed, your finances drained, or worse, they came with money in hand, desperation in their eyes and hatred in their heart. They sat down and explained in detail why you needed to be dealt with. They described you, your habits, your routines, maybe even brought something that belonged to you, or a photograph. The practitioner listened, as they always do. They took in the information, nodded, and perhaps even accepted the payment initially, because in their line of work, people come with all kinds of requests, and they've seen it all. But then came the moment of truth. The moment when they had to actually look into your spiritual frequency, examine your energy signature, and assess whether the work being requested was even possible. And that's when everything changed. That's when the script flipped. That's when your hater's plan fell apart before it even began. What the practitioner saw made them uncomfortable in ways they weren't prepared for. Some of them, depending on their level of sight and sensitivity, saw rings of light formations around you that they recognized as protection from sources they dared not challenge. Others saw figures, presences.
Also, while I was at it, I decided to add a tiny valve to the argon input at the top, which I should have done from the beginning, and I replaced the power supply with one that I found on Amazon, because the original one was kind of a piece of crap. With all of this in place, though, I was finally ready to try making some bouncy metal, and after months of preparation and waiting, I was very excited to say the least. So I just immediately got started, and the first thing that I had to do was add all of the metals to the copper crucible, which you might have noticed was different than the one before. This is because I had swapped out the one with the mold for this one that instead had a huge well in the center, and that would actually be able to hold all of the loose metal pellets. To a small well in the back, I also added a bunch of extra titanium pellets, which was very important, and I'll explain why in a bit. With everything loaded up though, I then closed the chamber and I started clearing it from air, just like I'd done many times before, and while I was doing this, I kept the fume of glass as low as possible. I also hooked up the vacuum pump to another foot pedal, and I moved the argon valve really close to the opening of the fume hood, which allowed me to do all of this while being completely protected. Right now, this was probably a bit overkill, but it wouldn't be later on, and to prevent any possible screw-ups, I decided to just do it like this every time the chamber had to be cleared. When I was eventually done though, I was ready to start melting stuff, and I flipped on the new power supply. I then started blasting the titanium at the back, and this wasn't something that I had done before, but with the metallic glass, this was very important. This is because even though the argon that I was using was 99.999% pure, it probably still contained a very small amount of moisture, carbon dioxide, and oxygen, which could all react with my metallic glass and potentially contaminate it. So I was of course going to have to do something to try and get rid of them, and thankfully this was supposed to be easy to do by just melting some titanium, except unfortunately, I was going to have to do this every single time. With that being said though, I was now finally ready to try combining all of the metals and to melt the scary beryllium, and I would be lying if I said that I wasn't at least a bit nervous. I was also kind of assuming that this whole process would be relatively clean and nice, especially after melting the titanium, but I was almost immediately proven wrong. Right away, there was a bunch of smoke that was being let off, which I thought was interesting, considering that the metals were supposed to be super pure. However, I assumed that it was probably just from some minor impurity, and I was hoping that it wouldn't get too much worse. Except it apparently did. I mean, it really looked like the ball of beryllium had just exploded, and it released a whole bunch of toxic dust and smoke, and this was definitely something that I did not like. This wasn't too surprising though, considering that the beryllium was the least pure metal out of all, and I should say that despite all of this nasty smoke, I still felt that things were going okay. But anyway, what I had now was a really hot and kind of crusty looking blob of potentially metallic glass, and in an ideal world, this melting step would have now been done. Unfortunately though, the world that we live in is far from ideal, and in this case, there was probably still a bunch of unmelted metal at the bottom, which I was going to have to deal with using this convenient tool that was built into the machine. At least according to the manual, it was supposed to allow me to easily flip over the metal. However, I quickly realized that this was going to be extremely frustrating. After 5 minutes though, I was eventually able to flip it, and on the bottom, it was possible to see the outline of all the pellets that clearly didn't melt, and I just immediately started blasting. It then all quickly started melting again, and getting much more evenly mixed, and what was nice was that it didn't seem to let off nearly as much smoke. What was less nice though, was that according to every source that I had read, to get a good uniform mixture of metals, I was going to have to flip it at least 3 more times. This definitely wasn't ideal, but I also really didn't have a choice, And when I was eventually done, over 20 minutes later, I had a nice blob of red hot metal. Now, all I had to do was just let it sit there and wait for it to cool down, and for the cold crucible to quickly pull away its heat. At the same time, though, I felt that it was a good idea to watch it very closely and to see exactly how long it took to solidify. This is because, in general, when making metallic glass, getting it to freeze as fast as possible was extremely important, and with the Victreloid 1, this was going to have to happen in less than a few minutes. This way, there would be enough time for any of the metal atoms to crystallize or to form any ordered structure before solidifying. Instead, at least in theory, they should all get locked in a random and amorphous state, and this is supposed to form a metal with very different properties that's commonly referred to as a metallic glass. With that being said, though, at this point, it looked like it had completely solidified, and considering that it had only taken about a minute, I was relatively confident that this was metallic glass, and that I now had a beautiful blob of bouncy metal. Before drawing any real conclusions, though, I was first going to have to get it out of this beryllium riddle chamber, and with this setup, it was thankfully pretty easy. All I had to do was lower the glass as low as possible, and to pull out all of the dust by turning on the vacuum pump and trapping it in that little filter. I then refilled it with argon, and I repeated this cycle a few times just to make sure that there was absolutely nothing left. After that, I flipped the two-way valve, which opened it to air and equalized the pressure, and now I was able to safely open it. So I carefully flipped up both of the clamps, and I slowly lifted the chamber to reveal my beautiful chunk of hopefully metallic glass. I then removed it from the
sentinels that don't belong to this physical realm, standing watch over your life. Some heard warnings in their spirit, clear as day, telling them that touching you would bring consequences they couldn't afford. The more experienced ones, those who've been in this work long enough to know when to walk away, recognized immediately that you weren't an ordinary target. You were marked, sealed, and guarded by something far beyond their pay grade. Picture this scene because it's happened more times than you know, in more places than you can imagine, with your name on lips that wished you harm. The room is prepared, the tools are laid out, candles, oils, herbs, symbols, whatever tradition this particular worker follows. Your name has been written down, your photograph sits on the altar. Everything is ready for the work to begin. But before the first word is spoken, before the first action is taken, something happens that changes everything. The practitioner closes their eyes to tap into the spiritual realm, to see clearly what they're dealing with, to measure the strength of your energy field and identify the easiest point of entry for their intentions. But instead of finding vulnerability, instead of seeing the cracks and weaknesses they expected, They encounter something that makes them pull back instantly. Some describe it as hitting a wall of light so bright it's almost blinding in the spiritual sense. Others talk about feeling a presence so powerful in the room that they physically step back. A few have reported hearing actual voices telling them to stop, to go no further, to refuse this job and return the money immediately. For those with deeper sight, they don't just sense protection. They see it clearly. They see figures standing around you, guardian presences that radiate authority and power. These aren't ordinary spirits or ancestors, though those might be present too. These are beings that operate on assignment, that have been stationed specifically to ensure no harm reaches you. Some practitioners describe seeing wings, others talk about warriors in formation, and some simply see light so concentrated around a person that they know immediately this individual is off limits. The message is always the same, regardless of how it's received. Touch this one, and you touch us. Harm this one, and face consequences you cannot imagine. The practitioner's hands might start shaking at this point. A coldness might fill the room, despite any heat source.
It's Derby Day in America. The crowds are buzzing, the energy's electric. But today, the action is not just on the pitch. Soccer's on the rise across the nation. But many fans don't have access to credit. Nearly 1 in 6 US households has no access to a credit card. Meet Porquinho, or chanchito, also known as piggyback. And just like whether you say soccer or football, it doesn't matter as long as your passion shines through. He's on a mission to build credit and get benefits. And he wants everyone to come along for the ride. For this task, he has enlisted the help of 2 former Army Rangers. Pigs can't fly, but credit cards can. The Interpassport card is here to help you reach for more benefits. With this mission complete, Porquinho is off for his next adventure.
Some have reported feeling physically ill, experiencing sudden headaches, or having their own protective items crack or break right there in that moment. These are signs, clear signs that they're being warned to back away. The universe doesn't play games when it comes to those under its coverage. The protection around certain individuals isn't passive, it's active. It responds. It pushes back. It makes itself known in ways that cannot be ignored or rationalized away. And any practitioner worth their salt knows when they've encountered something beyond their capacity to penetrate. This is when they make the phone call. This is when they text your hater back and say, "I can't do this job." Sometimes they're honest about why, explaining what they saw or felt. Other times they make excuses, claim they're too busy, say the timing isn't right, or simply ghost the person who hired them. The smart ones, the ones who value their own spiritual safety and sanity, return the money and refuse any further conversation about you. They've seen enough. They know enough. They recognize that some people walk with coverage that makes them untouchable, and attempting to breach that coverage would bring repercussions not just to the target, but to themselves, to their practice, and potentially to their own life force. Now let's talk about what happens in the aftermath of this refusal, because this is where the story gets even more interesting. Your hater, who came with confidence, who was probably already imagining your suffering and downfall, who maybe even told others about the steps they were taking against you, suddenly finds themselves in a position they never anticipated. They're confused, they're frustrated, they might even be scared, because if one practitioner saw something that made them refuse, what does that say about the person they're trying to harm? What does that reveal about the protection operating in your life? Some of them don't give up easily. They take their request to another worker, then another, and sometimes another after that. They shop around for someone willing to take the job, offering more money, being more desperate, explaining in greater detail why they need this done. But here's what often happens. The pattern repeats. Worker after worker looks into your energy and comes back with the same response. I can't help you with this, or this person is protected in ways I cannot break, or simply, no. Each refusal adds another layer of confusion and sometimes fear to your hater's experience, because they're starting to realize they're dealing with something beyond their understanding. In some traditions, there are specific terms for people like you, individuals who carry such strong protection that any negative work sent their way either bounces back to the sender or simply dissolves before it reaches them. Some call it being covered. Others describe it as having strong guardians. Some traditions speak of people who walk with the hand of favor upon them, making them immune to certain types of spiritual attacks. Whatever the terminology, the reality is the same. You're not an easy target. You're not a target at all. You're under a protection protocol that most people don't even know exists. The workers who refuse these jobs often do so out of self-preservation. They've been in this practice long enough to know that violating certain spiritual laws brings consequences. Attacking someone under this level of protection is like trying to assault someone in a courthouse surrounded by armed guards. It's not just ineffective, it's dangerous. The blowback from attempting such work can manifest in countless ways. Some practitioners have reported losing their own abilities after trying to harm protected individuals. Others have experienced financial ruin, health crises, or the breakdown of their personal lives. The spiritual realm doesn't take kindly to those who attack its chosen ones, its marked ones, its protected children. There's an unspoken code among experienced spiritual workers. Know when to walk away.
Disappear for a month and do this instead. So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
Waterproof and hail-proof with a lifetime warranty, we were excited to open our Sealskin Supreme cover when it came in the mail. Every cover is made with SealTech material technology, a performance-grade Oxford polyester designed to resist tears, prevent accumulation of dirt between fibers, and repel water.
Recognize when you're dealing with someone who has backing from higher sources. Understand that not every job is worth taking, regardless of the money offered. Those who violate this code often learn harsh lessons. Their reputation suffers. Their practice diminishes. Some lose their connection to the spiritual realm entirely, finding themselves cut off from the very sources they once relied upon. It's a steep price to pay for attempting to harm someone the universe has decided to shield. Now, here's what makes this entire situation even more remarkable. You probably didn't know any of this was happening. While someone plotted in darkness, while money changed hands, while your name was spoken in rooms you've never entered, you went about your life. You woke up, went to work, laughed with friends, pursued your goals, and slept peacefully at night. You didn't feel the attempts. You didn't sense the schemes. You didn't lose sleep over the malicious intentions being directed your way. Why? Because your protection operates independently of your awareness. This is one of the most beautiful aspects of spiritual covering. You don't have to consciously maintain it. You don't have to perform daily rituals to keep it active. You don't have to earn it through perfection or lose it through mistakes. It's there because of who you are, what you carry, and the assignment written into your existence. Think about that for a moment. While you were living your life completely unaware of the danger being directed toward you, forces you cannot see were actively defending you, turning away threats, and ensuring that no harm reached your doorstep. Some of you reading this right now are starting to connect dots. You're remembering that person who suddenly distanced themselves from you for no apparent reason. You're recalling that individual who seemed intensely angry at you despite you not doing anything to them. You're thinking about those strange moments when you felt like something was off but couldn't identify what. Now you're beginning to understand those weren't random occurrences. Those were moments when spiritual attacks were being attempted and failing. Those were instances when your protection was doing its job while you slept, worked, or simply existed. The beauty of this shield is its consistency. It doesn't take days off. It doesn't weaken when you're having a bad day or going through a difficult season. It doesn't require you to be perfect, sinless, or constantly in a state of spiritual awareness. It operates based on a covenant, an assignment, a marking that was placed on your life long before you understood what it meant. Some of you received this covering before you were born. Others received it during moments of transformation, when your frequency shifted and you aligned with a different trajectory. Regardless of when or how it was established, it's real, it's active, and it's working on your behalf every single day. Let's shift focus for a moment to understand what's happening in the mind of the person who wanted you harmed. Because their journey through this experience reveals something profound about human nature, jealousy, and the lengths people will go when they feel threatened by someone else's existence. This isn't just about spiritual warfare. It's about the human condition, about what happens when someone's insecurity encounters another person's light, and how that collision can lead to destructive choices. Your hater likely started with small resentments. Maybe they noticed how opportunities seemed to find you. Perhaps they saw how you recovered from setbacks that would have destroyed others. They watched you maintain peace in situations that would have broken their spirit. They observed how people were drawn to you, how doors opened for you, how you kept rising despite the obstacles. At first, they tried to rationalize it. They told themselves it was luck, timing, or privilege. But as time went on and the pattern continued, something shifted inside them. Resentment turned to bitterness. Bitterness evolved into hatred, and hatred eventually manifested as action. The decision to seek spiritual harm against someone doesn't happen overnight. It's a progression, a descent into darkness that begins with comparison and ends with malicious intent. Your hater probably lost sleep thinking about you. They probably spent hours analyzing your life, trying to figure out your secret, attempting to understand why things worked out for you while they struggled. They checked your social media obsessively. They asked mutual friends about you. They created entire narratives in their mind about why you didn't deserve your blessings, and eventually, consumed by this toxic obsession, they decided that if they couldn't have what you had, you shouldn't have it either. When their supernatural attack failed, when practitioner after practitioner refused the job or returned their money, something broke inside them. The failure confirmed what they feared most, that you truly are different, that you carry something they lack, that the universe itself has chosen to favor you in ways they cannot understand or combat. This realization doesn't usually lead to repentance guidance or self-reflection. Instead, it often intensifies their hatred because now they feel even more powerless. They've thrown everything they could at you, including dark arts and spiritual manipulation. And you're still standing, you're still thriving, you're still protected. Some haters retreat after this defeat. They distance themselves from you, knowing that their attempts have failed and that continued association with you might expose their actions or bring consequences they can't handle. Others double down, becoming more desperate, trying to find any method, any approach, any weakness they can exploit. But here's what they fail to understand. The protection around you isn't about you being better than them or more deserving. It's about purpose, assignment, and a frequency that cannot be manipulated by human jealousy or spiritual schemes. Their battle was never with you. It was with forces so far beyond their comprehension that they never stood a chance. What many people don't understand about spiritual attacks is that they don't just disappear when they fail. Energy moves in patterns, and when negative energy is sent towards someone who is protected, that energy has to go somewhere. It doesn't simply evaporate. Instead, it often returns to its source with amplified force. This is the part of the story that your hater wasn't prepared for. The consequences of attempting to harm someone the universe has marked as untouchable.
From classics you loved as a kid to books that expand your kids' knowledge. Fuel the love of learning with 40,000 plus best children books. Ready, set, learn. Sign up now.
The crypto market never sleeps. That's where Gemini comes in. Not just another exchange, but your bridge to the future of finance. Your chance to earn when you sleep. That's not magic. That's just smart. Time to market. That's yesterday's game. Set it, forget it. Let your money work, whether you're a day trader or investing for the future. We built this for you. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, over 70 currencies all in one place. Safety is our foundation. Certified, regulated, and licensed. The revolution in finance is happening. The question isn't whether to join, it's when. Gemini, for the future you're betting on.
After the spell was refused, after the practitioners ran, after the money was wasted, your hater's life probably started showing some interesting changes. Maybe things that were going well suddenly started falling apart. Relationships became strained. Financial situations that were stable began to shake. Health issues that weren't there before began to manifest. Projects that seemed promising started collapsing, and through it all, they probably wondered why life was suddenly working against them, not realizing that what they experienced wasn't random bad luck. It was the consequence of spiritual aggression directed at the wrong person. This isn't about revenge or karma in the way most people understand it. It's about energetic balance. When you send out darkness with the intention of harming someone, especially someone under protection, you create a debt in the spiritual realm that must be paid. Think of it like throwing a ball against a wall. The harder you throw it, the harder it bounces back. Your hater threw everything they had at your wall of protection, and now they're dealing with the rebound. They're experiencing the weight of their own malicious intentions coming back to settle on their shoulders. Some of them will recognize what's happening and change their ways. They'll realize that their obsession with you cost them far more than they gained, and they'll work on healing their own brokenness instead of trying to break you. But others will remain blind to the connection. They'll blame external circumstances for their struggles. They'll point fingers at other people or situations. They'll never admit, even to themselves, that their own actions created the chaos they're now experiencing. They'll continue to wonder why life feels harder than it used to, why nothing seems to work in their favor anymore, never connecting their current struggles to that moment when they decided to pay someone to destroy you. The protection around you doesn't just defend, it also redirects. It sends back the energy that was meant to harm you, allowing the sender to experience the very destruction they wished upon you. This isn't cruelty, it's teaching. It's the universe's way of showing people that actions have consequences, that intentions matter, and that some individuals are simply off limits for spiritual manipulation. Your hater paid money to learn a lesson they'll never forget. Messing with the protected is a costly mistake that affects every area of life. If you're still wondering whether this story applies to you, let me give you some clear indicators. Not everyone walks with this level of spiritual covering, but for those who do, there are consistent signs that show up across your life experiences. These aren't coincidences or random luck. They're evidence of active protection working on your behalf, whether you consciously recognize it or not. Pay attention to these patterns, because they're revealing something important about your spiritual status. First, you recover from things that destroy other people. You've been through situations that should have left you broken, bitter, or defeated, but somehow you found strength to rise again. Betrayals that would have crushed others made you stronger. Losses that should have ended you became lessons that elevated you. Financial disasters that appeared catastrophic somehow turned around. Health crises that looked terminal resolved in ways that shocked doctors. This isn't just resilience or positive thinking. This is evidence of something actively working to preserve you, to keep you moving forward despite the obstacles designed to stop you. Second, people who plot against you tend to experience rapid downfalls. You might not even know who was working against you, but you've noticed a pattern. Someone who was spreading lies about you suddenly lost credibility. A person who was blocking your progress unexpectedly got removed from their position of power. An individual who was overtly hostile toward you experienced a series of unfortunate events shortly after their attacks intensified. These patterns aren't coincidence. They're the universe responding to threats against you, removing obstacles and neutralizing enemies before you even have to lift a finger. Third, you have an unusual peace during storms. While everyone around you is panicking, you remain calm. When situations look impossible, you somehow maintain faith that things will work out. During your darkest moments, there's a knowing inside you that you're going to make it through. This isn't denial or naivety. It's your spirit recognizing the protection around you, even when your mind can't explain it. It's that inner assurance that comes from being covered by something greater than yourself, a knowing that no matter what comes, you're going to survive it. Fourth, doors open for you in unexpected ways. Opportunities appear out of nowhere. The right people show up at exactly the right time. Solutions manifest when you weren't even actively searching for them. Resources become available just when you need them. This isn't random luck. It's orchestration. It's the universe arranging circumstances in your favor, ensuring that your path remains clear, that your progress continues, and that what you need always finds its way to you. The same forces that protect you from harm also attract what benefits you, creating a life that looks blessed to outside observers. Understanding that you're protected naturally leads to the question, why? Why do some people walk with this level of spiritual covering while others don't? The answer isn't about being better, more deserving, or religiously superior. It's about purpose, assignment, and frequency. Some souls came to this earth with specific missions that require protection to accomplish. They carry messages that need to be delivered, healing that needs to be shared, light that needs to shine in dark places. Without protection, these missions would be sabotaged before they could be fulfilled. You might be someone who lifts others without even trying. People feel better after talking to you. Your presence brings peace to chaotic situations. Your words carry weight that goes beyond their literal meaning. You have an ability to see through deception, to discern truth, to recognize patterns that others miss. These aren't random personality traits. They're gifts that serve a greater purpose. And that purpose is valuable enough that the universe ensures you're protected while you carry it out. Your covering exists because your existence matters in ways that extend beyond your personal life. Some of you are breakthrough generation. You're ending cycles of dysfunction that have plagued your family for generations. You're achieving things that your ancestors dreamed about but couldn't accomplish. You're breaking through ceilings that were considered unbreakable. You're creating new paths where there were only walls. This kind of generational shift creates intense resistance, both in the physical realm from people who benefit from existing systems, and in the spiritual realm from forces that prefer things to remain as they've always been. Your protection exists because what you're doing threatens established patterns, and without covering, you'd be destroyed before you could complete your assignment. Others among you are frequency holders. You vibrate at a level that affects everyone around you. You raise the energy of rooms you enter. You inspire change in people without preaching. You challenge others simply by being authentically yourself. You make people uncomfortable not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your presence exposes what's false, what's hidden, what's pretending. This kind of frequency naturally attracts attack because it disrupts darkness wherever it exists. Your protection is necessary because your very existence is a threat to everything that operates in shadows. The protection isn't random. It's not favoritism. It's functional. You're covered because what you carry is valuable. What you're doing matters, and where you're going requires that you arrive intact. The universe invests protection in those who are essential to its plans, those whose missions contribute to the evolution of humanity, those whose light serves purposes beyond their individual lives. Understanding this should humble you, not because you're unworthy of protection, but because you're carrying something so important that the universe itself has decided to ensure you're able to complete your assignment. Now that you understand what's been happening around you, now that you recognize the protection you walk in and the failed attacks that never reached you, the question becomes, what do you do with this information? Knowledge creates responsibility. Understanding your protection should change how you move, how you think, and how you respond to the people and situations in your life. This isn't about becoming arrogant or feeling superior. It's about walking in awareness and using your covering to fulfill your purpose more effectively. First, release the need for revenge. One of the greatest temptations when you discover that people have been working against you is to want them to suffer. You might feel angry that they tried to harm you. You might want to expose them, confront them, or see them experience consequences for their actions. But here's the truth. You don't need to do anything. The universe has already handled it. The failed spells have already rebounded. The spiritual laws have already been activated. Your job isn't to punish your enemies. Your job is to keep moving forward, to stay focused on your purpose, and to let your success be the loudest response to their hatred. Second, increase your gratitude. You've been protected from attacks you didn't even know were happening. You've been shielded from harm that could have derailed your entire life. You've been guarded by forces that operate beyond human comprehension. This deserves acknowledgement. This requires gratitude. Not performative thankfulness that you post on social media, but deep, genuine appreciation that changes how you see your life. When you recognize how much you've been covered, complaint becomes difficult. When you understand the level of protection operating on your behalf, gratitude becomes your default state. Third, stay aligned with your purpose. Your protection isn't random, and it isn't permanent simply because you exist. It's connected to your assignment, to what you came here to do, to the frequency you're meant to maintain. When you drift from your purpose, when you compromise your integrity, when you start operating from ego instead of alignment, you can weaken your connection to that covering. Stay true to who you are. Keep moving toward what you know you're meant to do. Maintain the frequency that attracted this protection in the first place. Your covering is strongest when you're walking in your authentic path.
Stop doing this. Let me show 3 iPhone mistakes made by old people. Number 1 is deleting photos manually. Number 2 is deleting all the apps on the phone. Number 3 is buying cloud storage. These 3 mistakes can never free up your iPhone storage. Instead, use cleanup. Open this. Optimize storage. Get rid of your duplicate photos and videos. Delete promotions and spam emails. Download Cleanup for free.
Fourth, help others recognize their own protection. You're not the only one walking with spiritual covering. There are others who need to understand what's operating in their lives. Share this message. Point people toward this awareness. Help them recognize the signs of protection in their own experiences. When you understand how the spiritual realm works, you have a responsibility to help others wake up to these realities. Your knowledge isn't just for you. It's meant to be passed on, to be shared, to help others understand why they've survived what should have destroyed them. What your hater didn't understand when they paid for that spell is that their attack was never about just you. It was about what you represent, what you're building, what you're changing, and who you're becoming. Spiritual warfare rarely targets individuals simply because of personal grudges. It targets people who carry light, who shift atmospheres, who break cycles, who challenge systems, who represent transformation. When someone attacks you, they're not just attacking your personality or your achievements. They're attacking the frequency you carry and the future you're creating. This is why the protection around you is so strong. You're not being covered because you're perfect. You're being covered because you're purposeful. Every attack that's been sent your way, every scheme that's been plotted against you, every spell that's been commissioned for your downfall, every lie that's been spread to damage your reputation, all of it has been intercepted before it could reach you, not because you're lucky, but because what you're carrying is too important to allow random jealousy to destroy it. Think about the bigger implications of this. If practitioners are seeing guardian presences around you, if workers are running from assignments to harm you, if spells are bouncing back to senders, what does that say about your life's trajectory? It suggests that you're on a path that matters beyond your personal success. It indicates that your existence serves a function in the larger story of humanity's evolution. It reveals that you're part of something bigger than yourself, whether you fully understand it yet or not. Some of you are reading this and feeling emotional because you've carried heavy burdens alone. You've questioned why your life has been so difficult, why people attack you for no reason. Why you face resistance that others don't seem to experience. But now you're beginning to understand. The level of attack you face is directly proportional to the level of impact you're meant to have. Small missions face small resistance. Transformational assignment.
Take a look. As low as $22 a month for car insurance. Your insurance company doesn't want you to see this.
They built 23 luxury cabins on my island without even asking me. Watched for months as their HOA. President Karen bragged about her lakefront expansion, but what she didn't know was that the entire project stood on land I legally owned, and when they finished construction, that's when everything changed. It started quietly, unlike most betrayals do. I bought that island 10 years ago. 20 acres of pine forest wrapped in blue water, peaceful and untouched. It was my getaway. No traffic, no noise, no HOA drama. Or so I thought. One morning, while checking my drone footage from the cabin, I saw something strange. Construction equipment on the North Shore. Excavators, trucks, foundation work. At first, I thought it was a mistake, maybe some nearby government project. But as I zoomed in, my stomach dropped. They weren't building a dock. They were building cabins. I raced down to the lake, started the boat, and crossed the water to my own land, where I found a dozen workers framing walls, laying down lumber, and acting like they owned the place. "Hey!" I shouted. "Who gave you permission to build here?" A man in a neon vest looked up, shrugged, and pointed to a clipboard. "Talk to the HOA, sir. We're just following plans. 23 lakefront vacation cabins. Approved last week." Approved? By who? I was the only name on the deed. I checked. I never sold, leased, or subdivided. The only nearby HOA belonged to the mainland housing community, 2 miles away. I stormed to their office the next morning. Karen, their president, sat there with that smug suburban smile. Perfectly ironed blouse, hair pulled tight, and a nameplate that read, "Community Coordinator." "You're trespassing," I said. "That island is private property. Mine." She didn't flinch. "Actually," she said sweetly, sliding a stack of papers toward me, "we've declared it part of Lakeview Estates jurisdiction. Since it's connected by water access and visible from our lots, it falls under community enhancement zoning." I stared at her, speechless. They were expanding their HOA onto my island. Karen continued, "Don't worry. You'll get a fair share of profits once the cabins start renting. You should be grateful. Property value will go up." I left that office shaking. My lawyer laughed when I told him. "They can't do that," he said. "But let's wait. Let them finish." So that's what I did. For 5 months I stayed silent. I watched as they brought in more lumber, more workers. They paved small paths, planted fake palm trees, even built a dock on my shore. Each cabin had a plaque. "Lakeview HOA Private Rental." They thought I'd given up. But what they didn't know was that I had something better than anger. I had patience. By midsummer, 23 brand new lake cabins stood proudly on my island, booked for summer rentals. HOA bragged about it in newsletters. Karen even called it her proudest project. That's when I called my lawyer again. He smiled through the phone. "You ready to make them pay?" "Oh," I said, staring at the drone footage of their cabins on my land. "I'm more than ready." That week, we gathered every document. Original land survey, tax receipts, deed titles. My name was printed on every inch of it. No HOA, no partnership, no shared access, just me. The plan was simple. Wait until the cabins were completed, then drag them into court, and make them realize what private property really means. They wanted my island. Now they'd lose everything built on it. And that's how the war with Karen truly began. The morning we filed the lawsuit, the lake was perfectly still. But beneath that calm water, a storm was brewing, and it had Karen's name written all over it. My lawyer, Grant, handed me a thick folder of documents. "Everything's airtight," he said. "You hold the original deed, surveyed boundaries, and environmental clearance. That HOA's got no legal footing. Once we file this, they'll wish they'd never set foot on your land." We filed the case at the county courthouse, Miller versus Lakeview, HOA. By noon, the news spread across town. People couldn't believe it. The HOA had built 24 rental cabins on land that wasn't even theirs. When Karen got the notice, she called me directly. "Is this some kind of joke?" she hissed through the phone. "No joke," I said. "You built on private property. You're trespassing." She laughed, sharp and fake. "You can't fight an HOA, sweetie. We own the lake zoning now. You're just a man with a piece of paper." But what she called a piece of paper was my title deed, dated and notarized before her HOA even existed. That night, I took the boat to the island again. The cabins glowed softly under the moonlight, every porch light twinkling like stolen stars. Tourists were already moving in, laughing, grilling, drinking. They had no idea they were vacationing on land illegally claimed. I could have kicked them out that very night, but I wanted every camera rolling when the truth came out. 2 weeks later, court day arrived. Karen strutted in with her lawyer, wearing her signature red blazer, sunglasses on her head like a crown. She smiled at me like I was an inconvenience. Grant leaned over and whispered, "Let her talk first." The judge entered. Everyone stood. Karen's lawyer began. Your Honor, Lakeview HOA has acted within community expansion rights to improve local property values. Grant interrupted. Objection. Expansion rights don't include private property seizure. Exhibit A, land deed and satellite imagery. He laid the map on the table. The courtroom screens lit up with a high-resolution drone photo. My Island, clearly outlined, labeled private, property of Daniel Miller. Karen's smirk faltered. That's fake, she blurted out. Grant handed the judge the original, embossed deed, recorded 10 years prior. No transfer, no lien, no sale. The room went silent. The judge adjusted her glasses. Mrs. Caldwell, she said to Karen, you authorized construction on property you do not own? Karen's lips trembled. We believed it was unclaimed land. Our maps, the court will decide after reviewing official surveys. The judge cut in. For now, all construction and rentals are suspended effective immediately. Karen's face turned white. Her little empire, frozen in one sentence. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. Mr. Miller, what will you do if you win? I looked straight at the cameras. Simple, I said. Either they pay for every inch they built on, or they tear it all down. That night, the lake was silent again. The cabin stood empty. No laughter, no lights. Only the hum of crickets and the sound of justice echoing across the water. But deep down, I knew Karen wasn't finished. She'd come back swinging, and next time she'd bring everything she had. This wasn't over. This was just the calm before the next storm. The silence after that court hearing didn't last long. Within a week, Karen was back, and she wasn't just angry. She was strategic. Rumors started floating around the lake community that I'd forged the deed. HOA members whispered that my island was part of an old community trust, land that was meant for shared use. It was all nonsense, but it spread like wildfire. Then came the letter, a thick, official-looking envelope stamped with the HOA logo. Notice of pending zoning appeal. Karen was challenging the ruling. She'd filed new paperwork claiming the island fell under a historic shoreline development zone. That meant, according to her, it belonged to the county, not me. And if it wasn't mine, she argued, I had no right to stop it.
If you're getting spam texts like these or spam phone calls like these, then it's highly likely that your data has been breached. There's a new website you can use to check if your information is being passed around on these dark web databases. If you are getting weird spam text messages and tons of phone calls from unknown numbers, your information is probably on these dark web databases. Let me tell you how this happens. When companies suffer a data breach, hackers can steal personal information like names, phone numbers, email addresses, and even passwords. This data is then sold on the dark web or to other scammers. So if your information was part of a breach from a service like a bank, shopping site, or social media, scammers could then use your very own personal information from the breaches to send scam texts and calls that are more personal and real. So I strongly urge you to use this website called OmniWatch. It's really quick to check if you're one of the people who had their data stolen. All you have to do is tap the link below right now. Then just type in your email and it will search the database, including the dark web, for you in like 20 or 30 seconds. It's called a dark web scan and it takes almost no time at all. It's totally worth your time to know what information of yours may be exposed so you can protect your information, including your credit and finances. So tap below now, you will not regret it.
Hugo is car insurance that lets you pay at your own pace. Tired of big monthly payments? Hugo breaks up your insurance bill into small pieces to help you pay for coverage a little bit at a time. This means more money in your pocket to pay other bills or have a little fun. Get instant proof of insurance in under 6 minutes. No agents, no phone calls, no hassle. Drive insured today with Hugo.com.
I slammed the letter down on my table. She's trying to rewrite history, I told Grant. He sighed. That woman's desperate, but she's also clever. She's hoping to stall long enough to start renting again. He was right. The following weekend, I took the boat out and found new signs posted all around the island. Property under zoning review. Access restricted by HOA order. Workers were back too, quietly painting, repairing, and preparing for another grand opening. Karen was standing near one of the cabins, clipboard in hand, barking orders like a general. I walked right up to her. You're violating a court order, I said. You can't touch anything until the ruling's final. She smirked. Oh, I'm not touching anything. Just maintaining public safety structures. You wouldn't want the cabins to fall apart while ownership is unsettled, would you? That's when I realized she wasn't just arrogant, she was dangerous. Over the next few days, I started getting strange calls, unknown numbers, people pretending to be from the county asking for proof of taxes. Even a fake inspector showed up at my dock one morning demanding access to verify shoreline permits. Karen was playing dirty, but she underestimated one thing. I documented everything. I started recording videos of every worker, every truck, every sign. I had drone footage, receipts, timestamps, everything to prove they were defying the court order. 2 weeks later, we presented it all before the judge. Grant rolled in a projector and pressed play. The courtroom went dark except for the flicker of the video. There was Karen on screen, directing crews, laughing, even saying, "We'll just claim jurisdiction later." The judge's eyes narrowed. "Mrs. Caldwell, did you authorize continued work on this property?" Karen stuttered. I was ensuring safety by hiring construction crews." The judge snapped. The gavel slammed down. "Mrs. Caldwell, you are in direct violation of a court injunction. The HOA is fined $250,000 for contempt and ordered to cease all activity immediately." Gasps filled the courtroom. Karen's lawyer buried his face in his hands. As we walked out, Karen glared at me. Her voice was low, venomous. "This isn't over, Daniel. You don't understand who you're messing with." I turned to her slowly. "Oh, I understand perfectly," I said. "You built your empire on my land. Now you're watching it collapse." That night, I returned to the island. The cabin stood quiet again, the lights off, the air still. I could finally hear the sound of waves brushing the shore. My shore. But deep down, I knew it wasn't finished. Karen wasn't the type to walk away in defeat. She'd lost in court. But I could feel her plotting something worse, something outside the law. She'd already taken my island once. Now she tried to destroy it, and I was ready. I thought it was finally over, but Karen wasn't done losing quietly. A month after the court fined the HOA, something strange started happening. Late at night, lights flickered on the island again. I knew the cabins were supposed to be locked, but from my porch across the lake, I saw movement. I took the boat across, flashlight in hand, and what I found made my blood boil. Someone had broken into several cabins. Furniture was overturned, papers scattered, and in the center of one building, a burn barrel filled with half-burned files. Grant arrived minutes later. We sifted through the ash, pulling out charred pages, invoices, bank statements, hidden financial transfers. That's when the full truth came out. Karen hadn't just tried to take my land. She'd been funneling HOA money into her own company, Caldwell Lake Developments. The cabins weren't for the HOA at all. They were her personal investment, built under false permits to steal both land and funds. When I confronted her the next day, she didn't deny it. She just smiled that cold, fake smile. "You'll never prove anything that matters," she said. "By the time this hits court again, I'll be gone." But she underestimated how much proof we already had. Grant had collected everything: bank records, email trails, even a voice recording where she bragged about turning a private island into a gold mine. We took it straight to the county fraud division. Within weeks, the investigation exploded. News crews surrounded her office, cameras rolling as police carried boxes of files. Karen's empire crumbled overnight. The HOA's reputation shattered. Homeowners turned on her, furious that their fees had funded her scam. Meanwhile, the court granted me full restitution. The cabins, every nail and beam, were legally declared mine. Standing on the dock one morning, I watched the sun rise over the island, my island, as construction crews arrived again, this time under my name, not to destroy, but to rebuild. I kept one cabin for myself and turned the others into nature lodges, just like I'd always dreamed. And as for Karen, she disappeared. Rumor has it she left town after losing everything. But sometimes, late at night, I still see a boat light on the far side of the lake. Faint and drifting. Maybe it's her, maybe it's just the wind. Either way, I don't look twice, because justice already found her once, and that's enough. She thought she owned my island. Now, it's the story of how she lost everything trying to steal it. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, leave a comment below, and like the video. It really helps us create more stories like this one. And remember, some battles are best won in silence until the truth speaks for itself.
I turned 45 last month, but these jeans made me look 30. My fellow ladies, it's time to upgrade your closet with comfy jeans. Thoughtfully designed for seniors, they gently skim your body and give you the stretchiest waistband ever. Elastic waistband expand to 8 inches, soft like cloud, breathable through every inch. Feels weightless on your skin. Relaxed, loose fit flatters all body types, making you look slimmer and taller. No more stiff jeans and painful waistband.
I wear them running errands, dining out, and even lounging at home. They're perfect for every occasion.
Now I understand why these jeans sold out 10 times. Quality surpasses $100 pair. We offer 45 days guarantee if you're not satisfied. 50% plus off. Shop today for extra discounts.
Every man believes he's strong until the world tests him, until the deal collapses, the betrayal hits, the people he trusted turn their backs. That's when you see who's truly powerful, not the one who wins when it's easy, but the one who keeps walking through fire without flinching. Machiavelli understood this kind of strength. He watched rulers lose everything, not because they lacked armies or wealth, but because they lacked control of themselves. The world broke them from the inside out. Their emotions cracked before their empires did. And once the mind bends, everything else follows. The unbreakable man, Machiavelli would say, is not fearless, he is disciplined. He feels the same chaos as everyone else, but he doesn't move until it serves him. He doesn't beg for fairness. He doesn't pray for comfort. He studies pain the way a strategist studies the battlefield. He learns from it. He uses it. Because strength isn't built through comfort, it's built through confrontation. Every obstacle, every insult, every loss is a test asking one question. Can you stay composed when others panic? Can you hold your form when the world demands you crumble? That's the Machiavellian mindset. It's not about pretending to be emotionless. It's about mastering emotion so completely that nothing outside of you decides your fate. It's about turning suffering into strategy, betrayal into leverage, and isolation into focus. Most people run from pressure. The unbreakable man runs toward it. He knows that every hardship sharpens him, every storm polishes him, every test reveals a truth. That power doesn't belong to the strongest or the loudest. It belongs to the one who cannot be broken. By the end of this video, you'll understand how to build that mind. You'll learn how to turn setbacks into fuel, how to command emotion instead of serving it, and how to become the kind of person no betrayal, no failure, no chaos can shatter. Because in the end, the unbreakable man doesn't escape pain, he commands it. And the world bows to those who can endure what others can't. Let's begin. Before a man can become unbreakable, he must first learn to rule himself. That's where all power begins, not in armies, not in influence, not in money, but in control of one's own reactions. Machiavelli saw this truth clearly. He observed that the downfall of great men rarely came from outside forces. It came from within. From anger, pride, fear, vanity, the invisible assassins that strike long before the enemy does. The mind, he wrote, is both the fortress and the battlefield. If you cannot defend it, no army can save you. If you master it, no force can conquer you. Every weakness begins as emotion ungoverned. The man who reacts to insult with rage reveals his strengths. The one who takes every slight personally becomes easy to provoke. The one who seeks constant reassurance becomes a puppet to those who grant or withhold it. You see this everywhere. People controlled by their moods, their screens, their fears. They call it stress, burnout, overthinking, but it's really enslavement. To build inner control, you must treat emotion the way a ruler treats an ambitious general, with respect, but never with trust. Listen to it, but never obey it blindly. The disciplined man does not suppress emotion. He studies it, tracks its origin, then decides if it deserves his attention. Start here. When something angers you, pause. When something scares you, pause. That pause is where power lives. The world trains you to react instantly, to comment, to argue, to defend, but every reaction is a leak of control. The unbreakable man is slow to respond and quick to observe. Machiavelli believed fortune favored those who could act deliberately, not emotionally. He called it virtù, the power to bend chaos toward your will. That's the essence of inner control, to see clearly while others drown in their own impulses. But this discipline requires sacrifice. You must give up the comfort of always expressing how you feel. You must become immune to provocation. The world will call you cold, detached, emotionless. Let them. They mistake your calm for emptiness because they cannot imagine strength without noise. Control is not the absence of feeling, it's the mastery of it. When others are swept away by their emotions, you stand like a mountain in the storm. When others complain about injustice, you calculate your next move. When others despair, you adapt. And that adaptability, born from control, is what makes you indestructible. The first victory is always over yourself. Because once you rule your mind, you rule your world. And no betrayal, no insult, no chaos can take that from you. Every man suffers. The weak see pain as punishment. The strong see it as the raw material of transformation. Machiavelli understood this distinction well. He wrote that a ruler who cannot endure hardship is unfit to command. Because pain is not the enemy, it's the training ground. It reveals who you are when comfort is gone and the illusion of safety burns away. The unbreakable man doesn't seek a painless life. He seeks a powerful mind. He doesn't pray for an easier path. He trains to walk harder ones. Every insult, every failure, every loss becomes a lesson in self-control. The moment you start asking, why me? You surrender to weakness. The moment you ask, what can this teach me? You take back your crown. Pain exposes the truth of your priorities. It shows what you actually care about, not what you say you care about. The man who loses money and falls apart was never chasing purpose, he was chasing comfort. The one who loses people and loses himself was never grounded in principle, he was grounded in attachment. Pain strips you down to what's real. What remains after that process is your strength. Machiavelli advised rulers to prepare for misfortune as if it were inevitable, because it is. Fortune, he wrote, shows her power where there is no prepared virtue to resist her. He knew that pain breaks those who expect fairness from the world. It forges those who expect nothing and adapt to everything. To turn pain into power, you must stop seeing it emotionally and start seeing it strategically. Each hardship has information buried within it. Failure shows you your limits. Betrayal shows you who's loyal only when convenient. Loss teaches detachment. Criticism teaches humility or exposes insecurity. Pain is feedback from reality, and the Machiavellian mind is obsessed with information. The difference between the unbreakable and the broken is not that one suffers and the other doesn't, it's that one suffers with purpose. The broken man drowns in pain because he believes it's happening to him. The unbreakable man swims through pain because he knows it's happening for him. But there's a warning here. You cannot romanticize suffering. Endurance without adaptation is stupidity. Pain is meant to teach, not to torture. When it stops teaching,
they're gonna love my resume, but I gotta find the right word. Not synergy, cahoots. Ugh, I need a little help. Oh yeah, I can just hit up Acrobat AI Assistant. What's a better way to say, let a bunch of teams? Ah, cross-functional. That's it. And done. Thanks for the cross-functional teamwork, AI Assistant.
it's time to move on. The lesson of ruthlessness still applies here. Feel what you must, but never linger. The longer you cling to pain, the more it becomes identity instead of instruction. When you reframe pain as a weapon, you stop flinching from life. You walk into pressure the way a general walks into battle, with clarity, with readiness, with the understanding that every wound endured consciously becomes armor. The unbreakable man does not fear hardship. He courts it. He knows that every scar on his body, on his mind, marks another place that will never break him. Pain doesn't reduce him, it refines him. It shapes him into something greater than strength. It shapes him into inevitability, to be unbreakable. We must learn the art of detachment not from life, but from the illusions that weaken most people. Machiavelli understood that a ruler who clings to emotion loses clarity, and clarity is the first requirement of power. The world belongs to those who can think while others drown in feeling. Emotional detachment is not coldness, it is control. It means seeing everything betrayal, praise, victory, defeat through the same calm lens. It means never allowing joy to make you careless or pain to make you blind. It means refusing to be governed by any reaction that does not serve your purpose. Most men are slaves to their emotions and don't even know it. They chase what excites them, avoid what scares them, and call it freedom. But what kind of freedom is that, when every feeling pulls your strings? The Machiavellian man feels deeply but acts deliberately. He uses emotion as a weapon, not as a master. Consider how easily people reveal their weakness. A few words of criticism, and they crumble. A bit of flattery, and they open their defenses. The one who praises them becomes a friend. The one who challenges them becomes an enemy. Their loyalty shifts with their feelings. Such men are predictable, and predictability is the death of power. Detachment gives you distance, and distance gives you vision. When you step back from emotion, you can see patterns others miss. You begin to notice how people try to manipulate you through guilt, pity, admiration, or anger. And the moment you see it, it stops working. They can't control what they can't move. This is why detachment is the greatest shield a man can carry. It protects your peace from insult, your focus from distraction, your will from corruption. When the world pushes you, you no longer push back, you let it exhaust itself. You become still, and in that stillness lies the advantage. Machiavelli wrote that a wise ruler must learn to act against mercy, faith, and humanity when necessary to preserve his state. That's not a call to cruelty, it's a call to control. A man ruled by compassion alone will be destroyed by those ruled by ambition. A man ruled by fear will be paralyzed. The balance comes from detachment, knowing when to feel and when to ignore. Train yourself to see emotion as weather. It passes, it shifts. It cannot define you unless you stand still under it. When anger rises, let it burn itself out before you act. When sadness comes, watch it. Don't drown in it. When joy tempts you to boast, remember that pride is the leash your enemies will use. Detachment is not withdrawal from life, it is mastery of it. The unbreakable man does not stop feeling. He stops leaking power through feeling. He can walk through chaos and remain centered. He can love without dependence, fight without hatred, win without arrogance, and lose without despair. That is what separates him from the masses. They live on the surface of their emotions. He lives beneath them, calm and unmovable. And because nothing can shake him, he commands everything around him. The unbreakable man does not think like everyone else. His mind is a weapon, sharpened, ordered, and deliberately tuned for power. Machiavelli believed that every downfall begins in thought long before it appears in action. To him, a weak ruler was first a weak thinker, confused, impulsive, reactive. Strength of mind, he knew, must be trained like a soldier before it is tested like a king. Most people do not think, they react. They mistake noise for insight, speed for progress. Their minds are cluttered with distractions, opinions, fears, impulses, desires. They cannot hold a single thought long enough to understand it, much less use it strategically. The unbreakable man is different. He disciplines his thinking the way a general disciplines his army. Every idea must serve a function. Every belief must earn its place. Mental discipline begins with awareness. What enters your mind becomes the material from which you build your life. Feed it garbage, and your decisions rot. Feed it clarity, and your path sharpens. The Machiavellian mind filters relentlessly. It asks of every thought, does this strengthen me or weaken me? Does this idea make me more effective or more emotional? Most people never ask such questions. They drown in their own unexamined noise. Machiavelli's great advantage was observation. He watched human nature without judgment. He studied the motives of men as a scientist studies phenomena. He didn't waste energy on how things should be, only how they are. That's the essence of disciplined thought. Seeing the world clearly, without illusion, without the haze of emotion or moral confusion. The disciplined thinker does not chase optimism or sink into despair. He deals in facts, probabilities, and strategy. He plans for betrayal because he knows it's part of the game. He expects hardship because it's the price of progress. He prepares not because he fears, but because he refuses to be surprised. To train your mind, you must starve it of indulgence. Cut the noise, stop feeding it with the chaos of constant stimulation. Every scroll, every argument, every meaningless opinion you absorb weakens your command of thought. Replace noise with observation. Watch people, watch patterns, study silence. That's where strategy is born. And above all, think slowly. The modern mind is addicted to speed, but speed without depth is chaos. The unbreakable man gives himself time to understand before acting, to dissect before deciding.
You know when you get distracted by a fluffy little dog rocking the same necklace as you, then suddenly you've overdrafted? With Cash App, you're good. Get free overdraft coverage when you direct deposit at least $300 each month.
His thoughts are deliberate, and because of that, his actions are lethal. When others react, he calculates. When others speak, he listens. When others panic, he plans. His discipline of thought makes him unshakable, not because he knows everything, but because he knows how to think through anything. The world respects results, not excuses. And behind every result, every victory, every rise to dominance is a thought that was shaped, sharpened, and executed with precision. The unbreakable man lives there, in that silent process, long before anyone else sees what he's building. His strength is not just in endurance, it's in clarity, because a man who can think clearly in chaos already has half the victory before he moves. Nothing exposes weakness faster than change. The moment the ground shifts, most men crumble clinging to old plans, old certainties, old illusions. But the unbreakable man understands a truth Machiavelli wrote centuries ago. Fortune favors those who can bend without breaking. Adaptation is not surrender, it's evolution. Machiavelli watched kingdoms fall because rulers tried to rule yesterday's world. They trusted what once worked, blind to the fact that time had turned their strengths into liabilities. A prince who relies solely on what succeeded before, he warned, will fall when the world changes. Power belongs not to the rigid, but to the fluid, to those who can transform without losing direction. Adaptation begins with humility. You must accept that control is an illusion. The world will not bend to your plans. Circumstances shift, people change, systems collapse. The unbreakable man doesn't resist this truth, he uses it. He reads change like weather, adjusts his sails, and continues forward while others drown, clinging to yesterday's map. To adapt, you must detach from identity. Most men are not broken by events, they're broken by the destruction of how they saw themselves. The businessman who can't imagine life after failure, the lover who can't function after rejection, the leader who loses power and crumbles. Ego is attached to an image, not to purpose. The Machiavellian mind attaches to results, roles. It can play any part, wear any mask, take any form, as long as it moves closer to the end. Adaptation, certainty, and observation. uncertainty, he adjusts instantly. This speed comes from awareness, not luck. He trains his senses to read signs before others even notice them. Most people resist change because it exposes their lack of control. They confuse consistency with safety, but safety is death in disguise. The unbreakable man thrives in flux because he's built for it. His mind is flexible, his ego light, his focus absolute. He can pivot from strategy to strategy without emotional collapse. That's why he wins. Think of water it yields to every obstacle, yet erodes mountains over time. It never resists directly, but it never stops moving. That's the essence of Machiavellian adaptability, persistence disguised as surrender. The unbreakable man flows through situations, always in control of his direction, even when he changes his path. To achieve this, practice letting go of plans, of people, of certainties. The world rewards those who can begin again without losing confidence. Each ending is only fatal to those who mistake it for defeat. To the unbreakable, it's merely transformation. Adaptation is the final proof of strength, because anyone can hold their form when the world stands still. When the ground shifts, when fortune reverses, only the adaptable keep rising. They are not defined by what happens to them, but by how quickly they can become someone new. That's what Machiavelli meant by surviving fortune's cruelty. The world craves those who resist it. The ones who flow through change, the ones who can grow, rebuild, and rise sharper each time, the ones who cannot touch. War begins in silence. First moments, before the first move, there is solitude, a place where a man must confront himself, without distraction, without comfort, without noise. Most people can't handle that silence. They run from it because it exposes how dependent they've become on the world's validation. But the unbreakable man understands that solitude is not emptiness, it's concentration. It's the forge where a mind becomes indestructible. Machiavelli lived much of his life in exile, stripped of position and status. Yet instead of collapsing, he transformed that isolation into clarity. In that quiet, he wrote The Prince, one of the most powerful analyses of human nature ever created. He turned rejection into reflection, and reflection into wisdom. That's what solitude offers, the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are without applause. Most men think they're strong because they can dominate a room, but strength is proven when the room disappears. When there's no audience, no encouragement, no reassurance, and you keep moving anyway. When you can stay committed without applause, focused without attention, unshaken without approval, that's when you become unbreakable. Solitude is where emotion is tamed and purpose becomes pure. In isolation, every insecurity surfaces. You see your fears, your weaknesses, your patterns of self-deception. Most flee from that confrontation. The Machiavellian mind embraces it, because once you've faced yourself fully, no one else can use your flaws against you. But solitude is not meant for retreat, it's meant for strategy. The unbreakable man uses isolation to think without influence, to reset without noise. He withdraws, not to escape, but to prepare. When he returns, he moves with precision, while others stumble, their minds clouded by constant noise. Machiavelli warned that rulers surrounded by too many voices become prisoners of their advisors. The same applies to you. Too much input dulls judgment. Too much dependence weakens instinct. Solitude restores both. It strips away false needs and forces clarity. It teaches you to trust your own reasoning again. Most fear solitude because they confuse it with loneliness. But loneliness is the absence of others. Solitude is the presence of self. When you can sit in silence and feel complete, you have achieved something rare: independence from the world's emotional economy. You no longer trade attention for validation. You no longer sell your peace for company. Don't you hold so long, 'cause I can feel your love. I can feel your love.
Sarah
Benzino. Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins egg rings.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze, Tan, and Scott.
You need a tan? I'm your man to do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Spend time alone, not scrolling, not numbing, but thinking. Write, read, plan, or simply observe your own thoughts. Learn to be still. The longer you stay, the more you'll notice how noise has been dulling your edge. Solitude sharpens education. The world's greatest strategists, thinkers, and rulers all shared this trait. They cultivated isolation. They built mental fortresses where no opinion could sway them. Because in solitude, power consolidates. Focus returns. Identity hardens. The weak fills silence with distraction. The unbreakable uses it as discipline. When you no longer fear being alone, you stop being manipulated by fear of abandonment. When you no longer crave attention, you stop performing for it. And when you no longer need the crowd, you finally become the kind of man the crowd follows. Solitude is not withdrawal from power. It is its foundation. The man who can stand alone can stand against anything. Every storm ends, but not everyone survives it. The weak collapse before the sun returns, while the unbreakable endure every wave with silent defiance. Endurance is not about waiting, it's about remaining unmoved, while time and chaos test your will. Machiavelli saw endurance as the hidden virtue that separates rulers from victims, because the one who can outlast pain, boredom, resistance, or defeat eventually owns everything left standing. Endurance begins with mindset. Most people break because they mistake discomfort for danger. The moment they feel pressure, they panic. The moment the reward isn't immediate, they quit. Their emotions rule their patience. The unbreakable man reverses this. He treats difficulty as normal, obstacles as data, and time as an ally. Machiavelli wrote that fortune is like a river. It floods and destroys those who fail to prepare for its rise. Endurance is that preparation. It is not about being emotionless. It's about being relentless. You may bend, you may ache, but you never stop moving. The unbreakable man knows that suffering is temporary, but the discipline forged through it is permanent. Every test in life comes with a choice: react or resist. When the plan fails, when betrayal cuts deep, when progress halts, you can either feed the chaos or outlast it. Most will feed it, trapped in cycles of emotion and exhaustion. But the Machiavellian mind remains still, conserving energy, watching the storm spend itself. He knows that time destroys the reckless and rewards the patient. To endure, you must detach from outcomes. The impatient man demands results. The disciplined man demands consistency. He focuses on process, not payoff. Because results belong to fortune, but effort belongs to you. That's why endurance is power. No one can take it from you. You can be outnumbered, outspent, outpraised, but if you refuse to break, victory becomes a matter of time. Machiavelli's greatest insight into human nature was this: most people are strong until tested. Their confidence lasts as long as comfort. Their conviction survives only as long as it's easy. The unbreakable man doesn't rely on comfort. He builds his strength in friction, his confidence in struggle, his calm in chaos. The harder things get, the clearer his purpose becomes. Endurance doesn't mean passivity. It means maintaining motion when progress seems invisible. It means waking up and doing the work no one sees, no one praises, no one believes will matter until it does. The unbreakable understand that the world belongs to those who persist quietly long after everyone else has stopped trying. The strongest walls are not the tallest, they're the ones that have survived the most storms. Each crack, each scar, each mark is proof of endurance, not weakness. And so it is with the mind. Every hardship endured without surrender strengthens the structure of who you are. In time, endurance becomes your reputation. People begin to sense that nothing shakes you, that no insult, no delay, no defeat can drag you down. They fear your patience more than your aggression. They learn that while they burn out trying to destroy you, you are simply waiting for their energy to fade. That is the essence of endurance. You don't need to be the fastest or the loudest. You only need to be the last one standing.
Looking for a summer getaway?
Escape with a romantic comedy.
Starring a real-life married couple. Us.
Set in Toronto's cottage country.
Centered on a wealthy family filled with scandal.
Correct. Old money and old secrets.
And a delicious romance.
Also, us.
Listen on Audible.
Acorns lets me focus on today's goals while they handle tomorrow's. Being the financial wellness app built for everyone, Acorns makes it easy to invest like an expert, even if you aren't one. Start investing with just your spare change using roundups, and set recurring investments with as little as $5 a day, week, or month. And let Acorns give your money a real chance to grow. Start investing for your future in just 5 minutes when you download the Acorns app.
Picture this. A man stands in a crowded hall. The room is tense, eyes locked on him, waiting for a reaction. An insult is thrown his way, a threat whispered. Most men would flinch, defend themselves, stumble over their words. But this man doesn't move. His face is stone. His silence is louder than their shouting. And in that moment, everyone else feels that he owns the room. That's fearlessness, not noise, not bravado, not pounding your chest. It's the ability to stay unshaken while everyone else collapses under pressure. But here's the truth. Machiavelli knew nobody is born without fear. Fear lives in all of us. The difference between the weak and the powerful isn't who feels it, it's who controls it. Most men spend their lives trying to be liked, admired, comforted. They build their strength on applause, on other people's approval. And when that disappears, so do they. But the rare few, the dangerous few, learn what Machiavelli taught centuries ago. Fear is more reliable than love. Fearlessness isn't about killing fear inside yourself. It's about mastering it so completely that no one else ever sees it. And that's exactly what we're diving into. How to project untouchable calm when chaos hits. How to turn fear into a weapon instead of a weakness. And how to embody the kind of composure that makes people hesitate before crossing you. Stay with me, because once you understand this, you'll stop chasing bravery and start commanding respect. Fear is the most primal currency in human behavior. Before power, before love, before loyalty, there was fear. It kept tribes together. It kept armies marching. It kept rulers alive. Machiavelli, writing in The Prince, didn't dress it up in poetry. He wrote bluntly, "It is safer to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both." And the reason was simple. Love is fragile, but fear is reliable. Most men misunderstand this. They think fear is something to be eliminated. They imagine fearlessness as the absence of fear, charging into danger, blind, reckless, untouchable. But that's not fearlessness. That's stupidity. A man with no fear isn't brave. He's a fool waiting to be destroyed. The truth Machiavelli understood is that fear itself is not the enemy. It's an instinct, a signal. It warns you of risk, of betrayal, of danger in the shadows. To deny it would be to blind yourself. The difference between the strong and the weak is not who feels fear, but who owns it. Weak men let fear control them. They hesitate, they over-explain, they shrink when challenged. Powerful men take fear into their hands, sharpen it into awareness, and wield it as a weapon. History is filled with examples. Think of Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon. The Senate called it treason. His own men trembled at the thought of marching against Rome itself, but Caesar didn't flinch. Did he feel fear? Of course. The stakes were life or death, but he projected absolute certainty. And that projection, that performance of fearlessness, crushed the hesitation in his ranks and turned them into loyal fanatics. Or look at Alexander the Great. He faced armies larger than his own, terrains more brutal than any soldier had seen, and yet his calm under fire was legendary. When his men looked at him, they didn't see a boy leading them. They saw a king who seemed incapable of panic. That illusion, that mask of fearlessness, carried him through battles he should have lost. This is what Machiavelli meant when he emphasized appearances. Men judge what they see, not what you feel. You may tremble inside, but if you appear steady, you become steady in their eyes, and that's enough. Fear doesn't need to disappear for you to look untouchable. It only needs to be hidden. Now contrast that with the average man. He feels fear and immediately broadcasts it. His voice shakes, his excuses spill out, his body language betrays him, and in that moment, he becomes prey. Because here's the brutal truth. People don't follow men who flinch. They follow the man who looks like he cannot be broken, even if that's a lie. Psychology backs this up today. Researchers talk about emotional contagion, the idea that fear, confidence, or calm spreads like a virus in groups. One man panicking can infect a room with chaos.
We view technology a little differently at Lawrence Tech's College of Architecture and Design. We believe it makes lives better, more beautiful, that it enables people to connect and empowers them to create. We see technology as a reflection of people at their best, and that it should be designed to make us more human, not less. Come redefine technology with us at LTU's College of Architecture and Design.
But one man holding the line with stillness can freeze an entire mob. Fear and calm are both contagious. The only question is which one you choose to transmit. Machiavelli saw this centuries before science confirmed it. He understood that rulers are actors as much as leaders. The show of fearlessness was not optional, it was survival. And the same is true today. Whether you're in a boardroom, a relationship, or a fight, people are watching how you carry fear. Show it openly, and they will smell blood. Hide it, master it, project calm, and they will assume you're untouchable. This is why Machiavelli placed so much emphasis on image. A prince doesn't need to be fearless. He only needs to look fearless long enough for others to lose their nerve. In the end, power doesn't go to the man without fear. It goes to the man who makes everyone else feel their own fear more than his. And that's the first step toward real fearlessness. Stop trying to erase fear. Start trying to control how it appears. Because in the theater of power, it's not about what you feel inside. It's about what they see and what they believe about you. Fearlessness is not a gift, it's a discipline. No man is born untouchable. Every soldier, every ruler, every predator has felt his heart race before the strike. The difference lies in training. Machiavelli believed a prince must always be preparing for war, even in times of peace. Why? Because when the storm arrives, it's too late to practice. The same is true with fearlessness. You cannot wait until the knife is at your throat to decide how to carry yourself. You must train long before. So, how do you practice fearlessness? First, through restraint. Most men expose their fear through words. They defend, they explain, they chatter to mask the silence that makes them uncomfortable. But silence is where power begins. To practice fearlessness is to train yourself not to answer immediately, not to react in panic, not to let your fear slip out through your tongue. Imagine someone accuses you, insults you, or challenges you. The ordinary man rushes to defend himself. The Machiavellian man waits. He lets the silence stretch until the other person begins to doubt themselves. This stillness, though simple, is the first weapon of fearlessness. Second, you practice fearlessness through exposure. Comfort is a drug. It keeps you soft, and softness is where fear breeds. To harden yourself, You must deliberately step into situations that trigger unease-controlled risks that stretch your threshold. The general who trains his men in the mud, the cold, and the hunger knows that when the real campaign begins, their nerves won't break. The modern man can do the same. Face rejection, embrace solitude, go without the things you think you need. Each time you survive without crumbling, your fear loses its grip. Third, you practice through observation. The fearful man is always looking inward, trapped in his own anxieties. The fearless man turns his eyes outward. He studies the battlefield, the boardroom, the opponent across the table. Machiavelli warned that a ruler who ignores human nature will always be surprised by betrayal. But the one who studies people quietly, relentlessly, rarely is. To practice fearlessness is to train your mind to notice more than you feel. When you are watching, you are not worrying. And when you see the patterns before others, fear begins to dissolve into strategy. Look at history for proof. Consider Winston Churchill in World War II. London was under constant bombardment. The people were terrified, their morale on the edge of collapse. Churchill himself admitted privately that he was afraid, but he refused to show it. He walked the streets during air raids. He gave speeches with a calm defiance that made his fear invisible. What he projected was fearlessness, and that projection infected millions with the courage to endure. His secret, he had practiced it for years, in politics, in war, in setbacks so severe they would have broken lesser men. Or take Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor. His reign was marked by plagues, invasions, and betrayals. Yet in his meditations, he constantly reminded himself of death, of pain, of betrayal, preparing his mind in advance so that when they arrived, he would not flinch. This was fearlessness by design, not the absence of fear, but the mastery of expectation. Modern psychology calls this stress inoculation. Soldiers, firefighters, and even athletes train under controlled stress so that real crises feel familiar, almost manageable. Machiavelli did not use the term, but he understood the principle. You cannot be fearless in chaos unless you've already rehearsed it in silence. But here's the paradox. Practicing fearlessness does not mean becoming stone. It does not mean feeling nothing. It means appearing unshaken while inside, your fear sharpens you instead of breaking you. Think of it like a sword. Raw iron is soft. Heat and pressure harden it. Fear is the fire. Pressure is the hammer. And the man who endures both becomes a blade that cannot be bent. To practice fearlessness is also to practice patience. Most men act too soon. They can't hold the tension of fear, so they rush into noise and excuse, a defense, an attack. The fearless man waits. He lets his enemies reveal their cards. He lets his rivals overreach.
Coinbase is the most trusted crypto platform. Over 100 million users trust us, and you can too. Coinbase holds customer assets one for one. This means your crypto is your crypto, wherever and whenever you need it. Coinbase is a United States-based public company with audited financial statements. They are well capitalized with a $5 billion balance sheet. Coinbase, sign up today.
Hugo is car insurance that lets you pay at your own pace. Tired of big monthly payments? Hugo breaks up your insurance bill into small pieces and you pay a little bit at a time. This means more money in your pocket to pay other bills or have a little fun. Get instant proof of insurance in under 6 minutes. No agents, no phone calls, no hassle. Drive insured today. Hugo.com.
He lets the storm pass until the perfect strike presents itself. Patience makes fearlessness look effortless. And finally, you must practice solitude. No audience, no applause, no hand to hold. Because in solitude, you learn whether your fearlessness is real or just performance. When you can sit in silence with your thoughts, when you can endure the weight of your own mind without distraction, you are training the deepest form of fearlessness, the kind that doesn't need validation to stand firm. This is what Machiavelli wanted rulers to understand. Fearlessness is not a speech. It's not a mask you put on at the last moment. It's a discipline rehearsed daily until it becomes instinct. And once it does, you'll notice something strange. Fear never disappears, but it stops controlling you. You carry it, you use it, you project calm, and the world mistakes that calm for invincibility. And that mistake is where your power begins. Fear is not just something you conquer within yourself. If you stop there, you've only won half the battle. The real Machiavellian truth is this. Fear is not only something to master, it's something to wield. It is much safer to be feared than loved, and you cannot be both. That sentence has been misunderstood for centuries. It doesn't mean cruelty for cruelty's sake. It doesn't mean terrorizing people until they revolt. It means this: love is fragile. It depends on others. Fear, on the other hand, lives in you. You can control it. You can generate it. Project it. Think about love for a moment. People love you when you serve their desires. When you please them, flatter them, give them what they want. But desires change. The crowd that cheers you today will boo you tomorrow the moment you fail to entertain them. Love is temporary, conditional, fleeting. A ruler or a man who builds his foundation on being liked is like building a fortress on sand. The first storm washes it away. But fear cuts deeper. It doesn't rely on generosity or good moods. It relies on survival. People may not always admire you, but if they fear disappointing you, fear betraying you, fear stepping out of line, then they remain under your control. That is why Machiavelli insisted fear is safer, because fear doesn't change when emotions do. Now, here's the crucial point. Fear must never turn into hatred. A tyrant who brutalizes his people, humiliates his soldiers, or abuses his allies will eventually collapse. History is full of kings who confused cruelty with power, only to be overthrown in blood. Fear must be balanced with respect. Machiavelli advised rulers to use calculated fear, never reckless fear. Make people respect your silence, your restraint, your calm dominance, not tremble under random violence. Fear should stabilize power, not destroy it. Look at Roman history. Julius Caesar was loved by the people, but that love is exactly what threatened the Senate. They feared his popularity more than his armies, and that fear led to his assassination. Augustus, who followed him, understood the lesson. He didn't seek applause. He built an aura of calm inevitability. People feared crossing him because his silence, his precision, made him unreadable. And that fear kept him in power for decades. Fast forward to the modern world. In business, the boss who wants to be loved by everyone loses authority. Every decision becomes a negotiation, every demand softened, every conflict avoided. But the boss who carries quiet authority, who isn't afraid to say no, who doesn't rush to explain himself, creates a subtle fear of disappointment. Employees might not adore him, but they respect him. They measure themselves against his standard. His fear doesn't crush them, it disciplines them. This is how Machiavelli would tell you to wield fear, not as a club, but as an aura. A ruler doesn't need to shout threats. A general doesn't need to whip his men. A man doesn't need to announce consequences. He needs only to let people feel that crossing him has weight. And silence, as we've seen before, amplifies that weight. Fear also creates clarity. When people love you, they flatter you, they lie, they tell you what you want to hear. But when people fear you, they reveal themselves. They show you their loyalty or their betrayal with no middle ground. Fear strips away masks, forcing truth into the open. That's why rulers who ruled with fear often survived longer than those who ruled with affection. Love creates illusions. Fear forces reality. Psychology even backs this up. Studies on authority and obedience show that people are more consistent in following rules when there's a fear of consequence, even small ones, compared to when there's only encouragement. Fear stabilizes behavior. Love fluctuates with mood. Machiavelli knew this centuries ago. Without the science, he observed it in human nature. But here's where the balance comes in. If all you wield is fear, you burn too fast. If all you wield is love, you're too soft. The Machiavellian art is to wield fear beneath a mask of composure, to create respect that feels heavy but not suffocating, to make people whisper about you but never unite against you, to become the man whose silence carries more threat than another man's screaming rage. And here's the part most men never understand. Fear doesn't always come from aggression. Sometimes it comes from restraint. Think of the man who doesn't react to insults, who doesn't defend himself against slander, who doesn't chase anyone's approval. That kind of composure unnerves people. They wonder, what does he know that I don't? What is he planning? Why doesn't he flinch? That uncertainty is fear, and it costs you nothing but discipline. This is how you wield fear as a weapon, not by crushing every opponent, but by making sure no one ever feels safe opposing you. Fear is not the whip. Fear is the shadow that follows your presence, the silence that fills the room after your name is spoken.
You know when you get distracted by a fluffy little dog rocking the same necklace as you, then suddenly you've overdrafted. With Cash App, you're good. Get free overdraft coverage when you direct deposit at least $300 each month.
Machiavelli would say, do not seek to be loved, because love ties you to the moods of others. Do not seek to be hated, because hatred consumes both sides. Seek instead to be feared with respect, because fear stabilizes, focuses, and secures power in a way that applause never can. The man who wields love must constantly perform. The man who wields fear simply stands, and the world shapes itself around him. Fearlessness becomes real power when it leaves the realm of theory and enters action. Machiavelli wasn't writing for dreamers or philosophers. He was writing for men who needed to survive wars, conspiracies, betrayals, and shifting alliances. To him, fearlessness wasn't about running into battle recklessly. It was about acting when others froze. It was about moving decisively when the crowd was still calculating. Consider Alexander the Great. He was outnumbered again and again, facing armies twice or three times the size of his own. Yet he advanced, not because he ignored danger, but because he understood something vital. Hesitation is more dangerous than risk. By acting boldly, he struck before his enemies could organize, and that fearlessness became his legend. Machiavelli would say, Alexander's true weapon was not just his army, it was his refusal to wait. His enemies feared not just his strength, but his speed, his unpredictability, his willingness to act without hesitation. Now look at modern contexts. In politics, Winston Churchill is remembered as a man who refused to bend to Hitler when the rest of Europe sought compromise. He wasn't fearless because he didn't see the danger. He was fearless because he saw it clearly and still moved forward. Fearless leaders don't pretend the danger isn't there. They acknowledge it, weigh it, and then strike, while others are still trying to talk themselves into courage. That is Machiavellian fearlessness, moving through fear, not around it. Psychology calls this action bias. When uncertainty is high, most people freeze or delay. They want more data, more reassurance, more permission. But the man who acts decisively in those moments instantly commands power. People assume he must know something they don't. His action creates authority. This is why Machiavelli stressed decisiveness. When fear rules the room, the first man to move rules the room. But fearlessness also shows in restraint. Think of a man in a heated negotiation. His opponent shouts, threatens, tries to intimidate him. Most would flinch, rush to answer, or concede something just to relieve the pressure. The fearless man stays calm, silent, unreadable. His composure is its own kind of violence. The other side grows anxious, mistakes the silence for confidence, and overplays their hand. Fearlessness here isn't about charging, it's about holding. Machiavelli valued this just as much as bold strikes, the ability to appear immovable, untouchable, above the chaos. And sometimes fearlessness is choosing solitude when the crowd demands conformity. Remember Machiavelli himself, exiled from Florence, disgraced, cut off from politics. Most men would have begged, bargained, or compromised to claw their way back. He didn't. He retreated into silence, studied human nature, and wrote The Prince. That was an act of fearlessness, refusing to play the game he could not win, and instead creating a new one. His words outlived every man who mocked him. Fearlessness is not always loud. Sometimes it's the refusal to be pulled by desperation into a losing battle. Even in business, this law holds. Think of Steve Jobs returning to Apple after being ousted. He cut projects ruthlessly, ignored popular opinion, and bet everything on a handful of bold ideas. To the fearful, it looked reckless. To Machiavelli, it was pure power, ignoring the noise, trusting calculation, and moving where others hesitated. Fearlessness in business doesn't mean gambling blindly. It means choosing the path everyone else is too timid to walk, and walking it with conviction. But here's the warning. Fearlessness must be disciplined. The fool confuses recklessness with courage. He charges into battles he doesn't understand, takes risks without strategy, mistakes noise for strength. That man dies quickly. True fearlessness is always paired with calculation. Machiavelli taught that fortune favors the bold, but not the blind. Boldness without strategy is suicide. Boldness with calculation is empire. So, how do you practice this? Start small. In daily life, fearlessness might mean speaking last in a meeting instead of rushing to be heard. It might mean holding your silence when accused instead of scrambling to defend yourself. It might mean walking away from shallow approval, even if it costs you friends. These are Machiavellian acts of fearlessness because they go against instinct, against fear of being misunderstood or disliked. Each time you resist that fear, you sharpen your edge, because at the heart of Machiavelli's philosophy is this: the world belongs to the man who moves when others freeze.
Built on the groundbreaking NVIDIA Blackwell architecture, this new generation of GPUs empowers professionals to take a quantum leap forward, unlocking the full potential of AI-driven workflows. With cutting-edge SMs, Tensor cores, RT cores, and up to an astonishing 96 gigabytes of ultra-fast DDR7 memory, the RTX Pro Blackwell GPUs open up an entirely new realm of possibilities in AI, ray tracing, and neural graphics, setting a new standard for performance from the desktop. The next frontier of AI is here. See what you can discover with PNY and RTX accelerated workstations.
Fearlessness is not the absence of fear. It's the refusal to let fear dictate your moves. And every act of restraint, every act of boldness, every moment of stillness under pressure trains you for the day when your fearlessness will decide the game. That's when people begin to whisper. That's when rooms grow quiet when you enter, because they sense something rare, a man who doesn't bend where others break. And in a world full of fragile egos and trembling voices, that kind of presence is indistinguishable from power itself. Machiavelli believed the battlefield was the ultimate test of fearlessness. Not because men face death there, death is certain in any life, but because war exposes who bends under pressure and who doesn't. To him, fearlessness was the difference between a commander who inspires men to fight and one who watches his army scatter the moment danger appears. Look at Hannibal Barca. Outnumbered, far from home, cut off from supply lines, yet he marched his army, including elephants, across the Alps into the heart of Italy. Every advisor told him it was impossible. The mountains, the snow, the enemy waiting on the other side. Man would have turned back, but Hannibal didn't. His fearlessness wasn't reckless, it was calculated audacity. Doing what no one thought possible, he paralyzed Rome with shock. That march alone gave him psychological dominance before the first sword was drawn. This is Machiavellian fearlessness, creating fear in your enemies by refusing to share their hesitation. Now, compare him with those who lacked that quality. Many rulers in Machiavelli's time lost everything not because their armies were weak, but because their leaders hesitated. A pause, a delay, an attempt to wait for better conditions, and suddenly fortune shifted. Enemies regrouped, opportunities vanished. To Machiavelli, waiting for perfect circumstances was the greatest weakness. Fortune, he wrote, is a woman if you don't seize her boldly. She slips away. The fearless man may bleed, but the hesitant man loses everything. Consider Napoleon. He rose from obscurity to emperor because he embodied decisive fearlessness. On the battlefield, he moved with speed, striking before his enemies could coordinate. Off the battlefield, he rewrote laws, crowned himself emperor, and bent Europe to his will. His downfall didn't come from fear, it came when his boldness tipped into overreach. Russia, the endless winter, the stretched supply lines. Even then, soldiers followed him into impossible battles because his fearlessness was contagious. This is another Machiavellian truth. Men rally around those who seem unshaken. They would rather follow a bold commander into hell than a timid one into safety. But Machiavelli also knew fearlessness wasn't just for generals. It was survival for common men too. In his Florence, conspiracies, betrayals, and sudden violence were part of daily life. One day you were a trusted ally, the next you were accused of treason. To survive, a man had to appear calm, unshaken, even if his life was on the line. He told stories of rulers who, when captured, met their death without flinching. Why? Because fearlessness in the face of death robs your enemies of their victory. If they cannot make you tremble, they cannot truly conquer you. Modern survival has changed battlefields, but the principle remains: a CEO facing economic collapse, a soldier in the chaos of urban warfare, a man standing in front of a crowd, turning against him. In all these moments, fear magnifies weakness. The one who stands firm, who acts as though the outcome was already his, bends reality in his favor. This is psychological warfare, Machiavelli's favorite kind. Victory often comes before the battle begins, in the mind of the enemy, and nothing unbalances the enemy more than a man who appears fearless. But here's the deeper layer. Fearlessness isn't just about inspiring others, it's about controlling yourself. Soldiers look at their general, citizens look at their ruler. If they see fear, panic spreads like fire. If they see calm, even in defeat, order remains. Machiavelli wrote that a prince should never show fear, even if he feels it, because perception is power. The man who hides his trembling is more dangerous than the one who shouts his courage. There's also a spiritual element here. Throughout history, warriors and leaders alike have used ritual, faith, or philosophy to cultivate fearlessness. The Stoics taught that death is natural, so why fear it? Samurai meditated on dying daily, so that when the moment came, they would already be prepared. Machiavelli may not have been a Stoic or a samurai, but he understood the principle. Men who train their minds to embrace loss, death, or betrayal become unshakable. And the unshakable man is the one fortune favors. Fearlessness in war, in politics, in survival. These are all mirrors of the same truth. Life is conflict. To hesitate is to lose. To act boldly, even imperfectly, is to win. Machiavelli would tell us today what he told princes 500 years ago. Fortune belongs to the audacious. The fearful man waits for permission. The fearless man seizes what others only dream of. And when the smoke clears, when the bodies fall, when the power shifts, who remains? Not the cleverest.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Not the most admired, not even the strongest. The one who endures is the man who faced chaos, stared it in the eye, and did not break. Fearlessness in leadership isn't about shouting the loudest or pretending you don't feel fear. It's about mastering the art of appearing unshaken, so others project their confidence onto you. Machiavelli understood this better than anyone. A leader's greatest weapon is not armies, not wealth, not even laws. It is the perception of control. And nothing communicates control more powerfully than calm in the face of danger. Think of Julius Caesar standing before the Roman Senate, surrounded by men who despised him, daggers hidden under their cloaks. He knew conspiracies swirled around him. Yet he entered the chamber not as a nervous man fearing betrayal, but as though he already owned the room. His mistake was underestimating the depth of envy, but the principle remains. His composure gave him power right until the moment the knives struck. Leaders who flinch invite attack. Leaders who seem untouchable, even when threatened, make others hesitate. Machiavelli warned that a prince must avoid being hated, but he must also never appear weak. Fearlessness is the balance. Too much cruelty, and you incite rebellion. Too much softness, and you invite exploitation. But a calm presence, a refusal to be rattled, that creates an aura of inevitability. People follow not because they love you, but because they sense resistance is useless. History offers plenty of examples. Winston Churchill, during the Blitz, didn't hide the fact that Britain was being bombed into ruins. He didn't deny the fear, but his speeches, his bearing, his stubborn refusal to flinch gave people something to hold on to. He embodied steadiness when the world seemed to collapse. Fearlessness, in his case, wasn't pretending bombs weren't falling, it was proving he wouldn't bow to them. That steadiness rippled through the nation. In leadership, fearlessness also takes shape in decision-making. Most people stall, second-guess, and wait for perfect clarity. But a leader who hesitates loses trust. Machiavelli argued that it is better to make a decisive mistake than to drift in uncertainty. Why? Because followers forgive errors more than they forgive weakness. A wrong move can be corrected. Hesitation spreads doubt, and doubt is fatal. When a leader shows fear in choices, everyone beneath him begins to ask if they chose the wrong man to follow. The corporate world offers a modern version of this truth. Steve Jobs, for all his flaws, embodied fearless vision. When Apple teetered on collapse, he returned with absolute conviction in his product and his ideas. Was he always right? No. But his refusal to entertain doubt infected his team with belief. He bent reality by acting as if it had already bent. That is leadership fearlessness, to make others see your certainty and take it as their own. There's also an interpersonal layer. A boss who panics in a crisis loses respect instantly, but one who looks at chaos, breathes, and says, "We'll handle this," even if he has no clear plan yet creates order. People crave that anchor, and Machiavelli would say, perception creates reality. If the leader looks unshaken, the group believes they can survive. If the leader trembles, even the strongest group collapses. Fearlessness also influences enemies. A rival expecting panic finds composure instead. A negotiator expecting desperation meets silence and calm. The fearless leader turns the table by refusing to play the emotional script others prepared for him. That's why Machiavelli insisted rulers keep their true feelings hidden. Not because feelings don't exist, but because once exposed, they can be exploited. A fearless leader isn't emotionless. He's disciplined. He shows what serves him and conceals what weakens him. And let's not forget the symbolic element. Leaders use symbols, gestures, and rituals to project fearlessness. A general eating calmly before battle. A king appearing in public unguarded. A CEO announcing bold expansion during a downturn. These aren't accidents, they are performances of steadiness. Machiavelli would call it theater, but effective theater, because people don't just need leaders to be fearless. They need to see it, to believe it, to feel it. But here lies the paradox. Fearlessness can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed envy. Leaders who seem unshaken may be admired, but they are also targets for those desperate to prove them human. That's why Machiavelli never said fearlessness was enough. It must be paired with prudence, calculation, and the ability to adapt. Fearlessness opens doors, but it also paints a target on your back. The true master balances boldness with subtlety, strength with strategy. And yet, across centuries, one truth never changes. People follow the man who doesn't flinch. They follow him into war, into business, into unknown territory, because his steadiness feels like a compass. Fearless leadership doesn't promise safety, it promises direction. And in a world drowning in uncertainty, direction is the rarest form of power. Fearlessness isn't only for kings, generals, or politicians. Machiavelli's lessons apply to daily life just as much as they do to empires. The truth is, fear governs ordinary men more than they realize. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of judgment. These are the invisible chains that keep most people obedient to mediocrity. Think about how many decisions are made, not from desire.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just paid name. I'm also motivated, man. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Insurance. And when I say nationwide, you say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio. But from avoidance. A man doesn't speak up in a meeting because he fears looking foolish. He doesn't pursue an opportunity because he fears failure. He stays in toxic relationships because he fears being alone. Fear becomes the quiet ruler of his life, dictating every move, while he convinces himself he's being practical. Machiavelli would call that self-deception the greatest weakness of all. To live with personal power, you must practice the same strategy as rulers. Never let fear dictate your actions. This doesn't mean recklessness. It means you learn to act in spite of fear, to control the perception of it first in yourself, then in others. When you walk into a room, if you look calm, composed, deliberate, people assume you are confident, even if inside you feel uncertain. That assumption shifts the power dynamic in your favor. Machiavelli taught that perception is stronger than truth. Apply that to your own life. You don't need to erase fear, you just need to train it. Start with small things. Speak when you'd normally stay quiet. Hold eye contact longer than feels comfortable. Say no when you'd normally say yes, out of fear of displeasing someone. Each act conditions you to respond like a strategist, not a servant of fear. Because once you stop being ruled by fear in daily life, you stop being ruled at all. Fearlessness in Machiavelli's time was forged on the battlefield, in courts of intrigue, in the shadow of daggers, and the rise and fall of kingdoms. But don't mistake this for history alone. The battlefield exists today, it's just dressed differently. Your wars are fought in boardrooms, in negotiations, in the quiet moments where your decisions either build your future or hand it over to someone else. Fear still rules most men. Fear of losing their job, fear of being rejected, fear of speaking the truth, fear of walking alone. And that fear keeps them obedient. They trade power for comfort. They tell themselves it's safer to avoid risk. But Machiavelli would say the opposite. Safety without courage is slavery. To live Machiavellian fearlessness today is not about chasing danger. It's about walking into pressure without flinching. It's when you ask for the raise others are too scared to demand. It's when you start the business everyone else laughs at until it's too late. It's when you confront betrayal calmly, not with weakness, but with cold resolve. It's when you choose silence over explanation because you know your value does not need to be defended. This is fearlessness in practice, not recklessness, not arrogance, but control. The ability to act while others hesitate. So now, ask yourself, where does fear still rule you? What conversations have you avoided? What moves have you delayed? What parts of your life are still controlled by the opinions of people who don't matter? The truth is, if you wait until you feel ready, you'll never move. Fearlessness isn't the absence of fear. It's the refusal to let fear write your story. If this message struck something in you, don't just scroll away. Subscribe, because here, we don't chase comfort, we build power. And if you're ready to live beyond fear, to think like Machiavelli, and act with precision, this is where your transformation begins.
it's something you recover from. They think you can just patch it up, walk it off, move on. But you didn't just take pain. You took impact. You absorbed hits that would have erased 99% of humanity and still found a way to breathe like nothing happened. They'll never understand what that does to a person, what it does to a soul that's been torn apart, rearranged, and told to keep walking. Most people collapse after one heartbreak, one betrayal, one loss. You stacked those experiences like weights and kept lifting. You didn't just survive the crash. You became the wreckage that learned how to walk again. You learned to move with broken bones and a burning brain. And now, every step you take feels like a threat to those.
Solar panel kit.
you scream, but because you no longer need to. There's an awareness in your eyes that doesn't blink when others flinch. You don't panic when things fall apart, because you've already lived through collapse so many times that disaster feels like deja vu. They look at you like you're heartless, but the truth is, you just ran out of illusions. You stopped believing in safety nets, in promises, in the idea that someone would save you. You fell. You fell, and no one came. So you built yourself a new foundation from the debris. That's not strength, that's evolution through brutality. And now the world doesn't know what to call you. They can't categorize a soul that learned how to breathe underwater. You ever notice how quiet it gets when people realize you're not breaking this time? The whispers start. What even are they? That's not confusion. That's fear dressed as curiosity. You became the unpredictable variable in a world addicted to patterns. They can't forecast your next move because you don't move from emotion anymore. You move from awareness. They expected you to fold like paper, but you came back like steel. You didn't just adapt, you mutated. Every betrayal rewired you. Every heartbreak taught you a new survival code. Every collapse downloaded data your future self would weaponize. You are not built different. You were rebuilt different. And the rebuild didn't come with manuals or mercy. There's something dangerous about someone who's died emotionally and come back analytical. The softness is gone. The naivety gone. You still feel deeply, but you no longer act blindly. You analyze before you react, calculate before you care. You move like someone who's seen the end and realized it wasn't the end at all. You stopped begging for peace, you built it in your mind. You stopped chasing love, you mastered self-control. You stopped explaining your pain, you let your progress narrated for you. Now the same people who did you whisper your name. Because you turned endurance into identity, and that kind of power terrifies the comfortable. Let's be honest, you shouldn't even be here. By their standards, you were finished. By all logical measures, your story was supposed to end in failure, regret, or madness. But something in you refused to die. You clawed your way out of every grave they dug for you. You bled through every version of "this is the end" and turned it into a preface. They thought you'd break. You learned to bend. They thought you'd scream. You went silent and sharpened your focus. And now, the same world that mocked your pain is studying your composure. They're calling it resilience, but that word's too small for what you've done. You didn't just bounce back. You reloaded. You didn't just overcome. You reprogrammed. You didn't just heal. You rewrote your entire emotional software. You carry yourself differently now. There's precision in your stillness. There's something surgical in the way you move through chaos. You've seen too much to react impulsively. You've learned that attention is currency and silence is control. You can sit in discomfort without needing to escape it. That's real power. Because everyone wants peace, but they can't survive the process that creates it. You did. You walked through fire until your nerves adapted to heat. You stared at betrayal until your empathy turned into radar. You've built intuition so sharp that you can feel lies before they're spoken. That's not paranoia. That's survival instinct, polished into prophecy. And let's get one thing straight. They don't envy your success. They fear your threshold. They know you've walked through levels of pain they couldn't survive for a day. That's why they minimize it. That's why they say, you've changed. Because acknowledging your growth would expose their fragility. They watched you drown and expected to find a corpse, but you came back with gills. You didn't recover from the fire. You started controlling the temperature. That's not just growth. That's ascension through chaos. You turned the very elements that tried to destroy you into armor. You weaponized heartbreak. You domesticated pain. You trained your demons to work for you instead of against you. That's why you're misunderstood. You mastered what everyone else fears. Remember when they said, "You're too cold now"? They mistook emotional discipline for apathy. You're not cold. You're clear. You see through everything. You spot manipulation in tone, deceit in timing, weakness in behavior. You read people like autopsy reports, not out of cynicism, but clarity. Because when you've been dissected emotionally, you start to see the anatomy of intent. And that's where your real power lies. You don't need revenge anymore. You don't need validation. You become allergic to anything that requires you to prove your worth. You just exist, and your existence is evidence of something supernatural. You've transcended the emotional gravity that holds most people down. You walk like someone who's seen the ending and came back to rewrite it. They can't handle it. They don't know how to respond to someone who doesn't need to be liked, fixed, or followed. They can't control someone who's already made peace with losing everything. You are free in ways they can't understand because they're still negotiating with fear. You stopped negotiating. You embraced the chaos. You learned how to use pressure as propulsion. That's why they talk about you with both awe and resentment. Because you broke every unspoken rule of their comfort zones. You weren't supposed to come out this calm. You weren't supposed to be this precise after pain. You were supposed to beg for understanding. Instead, you became the lesson itself. You've noticed it too, haven't you? The way people watch you now, not like a person, but like an equation they can't solve. They study you quietly, trying to decode how you keep standing, how you keep winning, how you keep evolving. They'll come up with excuses, luck, timing, privilege. But deep down, they know it's something else. Willpower forged into strategy. They see the calm exterior, but they don't see the recalibration behind it. They don't see the nights you spent rebuilding your sanity from scraps. They don't see the self-discipline that replaced your self-doubt. They only see the result, and results make people uncomfortable. Because your rise reminds them that their excuses have expiration dates. There's a reason they call you dangerous now. It's not because you hurt anyone. It's because you can't be hurt the same way twice. That immunity is terrifying to people who depend on others being predictable. You've become unpredictable in the most unsettling way, emotionally bulletproof. They can throw insults, betrayals, absence. Nothing hits the same. You've already survived the emotional equivalent of death, and everything else is just background noise. That's the kind of energy that rewrites hierarchies. That's the kind of aura that turns observers into imitators. They want to copy your discipline, your composure, your edge, but they don't want to live through the chaos that created it. And that's why you'll always be 2 steps ahead. Because you paid the price in full, and they're still looking for discounts. Here's the twist. Your pain wasn't random. It was refinement. Every loss stripped you of what wasn't real. Every disappointment carved out more precision. You were never being punished. You were being purified. And now, the same energy that once destroyed you obeys you. You turned endurance into intelligence, suffering into awareness, isolation into mastery. You used the damage as data. You built a new identity using the parts that survived the explosion. You became a fusion of scars and strategy. That's why no one can read you anymore. Your story doesn't follow the same language as theirs. That's evolution they can't comprehend. Because it's not about pretending not to feel. It's about mastering what you feel. You don't repress emotion. You regulate it. You don't avoid pain. You extract meaning from it. That's why your peace looks intimidating. It's engineered. And maybe that's what they're really afraid of. Not your strength, but your awareness. You've seen the truth behind people's performances. You've seen how fragile egos disguise themselves as confidence. How fear dresses itself as morality. How weakness hides behind laughter. You've seen it all. And you learned not to react. You learned to record. Every memory became evidence. Every scar became scripture. You've studied the human condition from the inside out. And that makes you a threat to everyone still living in denial. You don't expose people. They expose themselves in your presence. Because your energy doesn't compete. It reveals. Your existence alone is a test most people fail. You ever wonder why your presence feels heavier now? It's not intimidation. It's integrity. It's what happens when your soul carries proof of survival. People can sense it. They feel it before you speak. That gravitational pull isn't charisma. It's consequence. You've earned a kind of authority that doesn't need titles or applause. When you enter a room, people subconsciously remember everything they've avoided. They feel small because you've seen big things. They feel fake because you've lived through real ones. That's what happens when you've met pain and made peace with it. You stop seeking permission. be so still yet so unstoppable. They confused stillness for halt and still found a way to breathe like nothing happened. They'll never understand what that does to a person, what it does to a soul that's been torn apart, rearranged, and told you stacked those experiences like weights and kept lifting. You became the refuge that learned how to walk again. You learned to move with broken bones and a burning brain, and now the step you take feels like a threat to those who still need comfort and function. You've become something terrifying, not because you scream, but because you no longer need to. There's an awareness in your eyes that doesn't blink when others flinch. You don't panic when things fall apart, because you've already lived through collapse so many times that disaster feels like deja vu. They look at you like you're heartless, but the truth is, you just ran out of illusions. You stopped believing in safety nets, in promises, in the idea that someone would save you if you fell.
You're not getting replaced by AI, you're getting replaced by someone who understands how to use it. There's a lot of fear around this, and people are afraid of it's going to be dystopian, it's going to destroy the world. And there's fears of just losing your jobs, and there's good fear. AI is the most powerful tool we've ever had, but it's happening so fast. There's so many things, it's overwhelming. Watching YouTube, you're trying to figure out what I should do. And so what most people do is very little or nothing. And use ChatGPT as if it was a search engine or getting a few answers.
Those that are overwhelmed, maybe if you feel it, and I felt it for a while as well, is there are so many tools coming out, and new ones seemingly every day. As soon as you start learning one, there's another, and almost you want to throw your hands up where this resistance phase, right? What we've been doing is we identified 50 of the top experts and regular people, like Tony said, doing extraordinary things with AI. And what we found is people that are utilizing it, and everyday business owners, people in their career that are exploding in their career, they have a pattern.
Yes, AI is going to displace a lot of jobs, so you have to decide, I'm going to get this advantage for me and my business instead of being overwhelmed. We have a free summit coming up November 6th, 7th, and 8th. The end of those 3 days, you're going to have a practical tool and set of strategies to improve your career, or most importantly, business to the next level. We'd love to serve you. Click.
You fell, and no one came. So you built yourself a new foundation from the debris. That's not strength, that's evolution through brutality. And now the world doesn't know what to call you. They can't categorize a soul that learned how to breathe underwater. You ever notice how quiet it gets when people realize you're not breaking the... Look who finally noticed the shift in the air, the change in how people look at you when you're not looking back.
Was Adam Schiff arrested?
Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune.
I haven't decided to see what it is. I just want to get the sense of shit. If you're supposed to be in place of sense of shit, but when you're supposed to be too busy, I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him? Something happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes. There's some pretty good votes going on. Yeah.
What is your timeline for getting rid of me?
Ah, look who finally noticed the shift in the air, the change in how people look at you when you're not looking back. The conversations that stop just a second too soon when you enter the room. The sudden distance from people who used to orbit your energy like moths to a flame. Hello to you, yes, you, the one who's been feeling that uncomfortable itch in the back of your mind, that nagging sensation that something's off, that people are moving differently around you. Speaking in code you weren't meant to crack, smiling with teeth that hide secrets you were never supposed to discover. Welcome back to the alarm system they tried so hard to convince you was broken. Paranoid, overthinking, dramatic. But you felt it, didn't you? Betrayal being planned in real time. Coordinates being set for your downfall while they practice their concerned faces in the mirror. Let me tell you what's really happening right now. At this very moment, while you're watching this, while you're trying to convince yourself it's all in your head, while you're fighting the urge to check your phone to see who's been talking, who's been plotting, who's been meeting without you, they're in motion, a slow, deliberate, organized effort to rewrite your narrative, to poison the well before you even get thirsty, to set the stage for your character assassination while handing you roses, and telling you how much they value your friendship, your trust, your presence, and the twisted part, the part that would make your stomach turn if you knew the full extent, is that they're doing it with surgical precision, with calculated patience, with the kind of coordination that only comes from people who've done this before, who've practiced this dance, who know exactly how to dismantle someone's reputation while keeping their own hands looking spotless, their own names sounding innocent. You want to know what they're doing behind your back right this second? Let me paint you the picture they don't want you to see. The meetings disguised as casual hangouts. The group chats with your name conveniently left off the thread. The screenshots of your messages being analyzed like evidence in a trial you didn't know was happening. They're building a case against you, not with facts, but with interpretations. Not with truth, but with carefully selected fragments of reality, twisted just enough to fit the narrative they need. The story where you're the problem, the drama, the one who needs to be handled, managed, eventually removed. They're comparing notes on your behavior, dissecting your words for hidden meanings that were never there, turning your honesty into manipulation, your boundaries into attitude, your growth into arrogance. And the sick part, the part that reveals just how deep this goes, is that they're doing it while texting you good morning, while liking your posts, while asking you how you're doing, with voices dripping in synthetic concern. They thought you'd never find out because they've gotten so good at this, so practiced in the art of betrayal, wrapped in friendship's clothing, so skilled at the double life of smiling to your face while sharpening knives behind your back. But here's what they didn't account for. Here's the variable they couldn't control. Here's the glitch in their perfect plan. You're not who they think you are anymore. You're not the version of yourself that trusted blindly, that gave chances like they were infinite, that believed people's words more than their patterns, their promises more than their actions. You've been paying attention in ways they can't see, collecting data they don't know you're gathering, reading the room in frequencies they forgot you could access. You've felt every shift, every subtle change, every micro distortion that didn't match the script. And now you're connecting dots they thought were safely scattered across different conversations, different contexts, different carefully constructed lies. And here's where it gets really interesting. Here's where their twisted little operation starts to unravel in ways they never prepared for. Because while they were busy coordinating your downfall, you were busy becoming someone they can no longer predict, can no longer manipulate, can no longer contain within the box they built for you. They're operating on old information, running plays designed for the person you used to be, setting traps for someone who no longer walks in straight lines, who no longer needs their approval, who no longer believes that being included in their circle is a prize worth chasing. They're executing a plan against a ghost, targeting a version of you that died the moment you started seeing them clearly. And that's why their confusion is about to turn into panic, their confidence into chaos, their coordination into collapse. Because you're not going to react the way they predicted. You're not going to defend yourself the way they rehearsed countering. You're not going to play the role they assigned you in their little performance. Let's talk about the meetings they've been having. Those casual little gatherings where your name gets passed around like a case file, where everyone shares their version of you, their edited highlight reel of your worst moments, taken completely out of context, stripped of all the circumstances that led to those moments, divorced from all the times they pushed you to those breaking points. They sit there nodding in agreement, building this collective fiction about who you are, what you've done, why you're the common denominator in all their manufactured problems. And the beautiful irony, the thing that would make you laugh if it wasn't so pathetic, is that they think they're being subtle. They think you don't notice the coordinated distance, the synchronized coldness, the rehearsed responses when you ask if everything's okay. They actually believe they're good at this, that their little conspiracy is airtight, that their whispers are quieter than your instincts, that their lies are louder than your truth. But you know what's really twisted, what really shows you the depths of their capacity for deception, is how they've been documenting everything, saving screenshots, recording conversations, building an archive of ammunition they plan to use at just the right moment when they need to justify what they're about to do to you. They're not just talking behind your back, they're creating evidence, constructing a narrative with carefully selected receipts that tell half-truths, that show reactions without showing provocations, that display your anger without displaying what caused it. They're building a highlight reel of your humanity, edited to look like monstrosity, a carefully curated collection of your breaking points presented as your baseline, your worst days offered as your average Tuesday. And they're sharing it. Oh yes, they're sharing it, passing it around like trading cards, making sure everyone in your orbit sees you through their filter, their lens, their agenda. Here's what they don't want you to know, what they're desperate understood it fully right now. Their betrayal isn't about you at all, it's about their desperate need to feel powerful by making someone else powerless, to feel righteous by making someone else wrong, to feel united by having a common enemy to bond over. You became the sacrifice they needed to feel like a tribe, the villain they required to play hero, the problem they invented to have a solution. They're doing this because somewhere along the way you stopped playing small, stopped dimming your light, stopped pretending their mediocrity was acceptable, and that threatened the entire ecosystem of comfortable dysfunction they built together. You reminded them of what they're not, what they'll never be, what they gave up on becoming, and instead of rising to meet you, they decided to drag you down to their level. The planning, the strategy behind it all, it's almost so cowardly, because they've thought of everything, covered every angle, prepared for every scenario, except the one that's about to happen. They've got their story straight, their alibis. They know exactly what they'll say when you confront them, how they'll play confused, how they'll gaslight you into questioning your own perception, how they'll make you feel crazy for noticing what they've been doing in plain sight. They've practiced the art of plausible deniability, of making you look paranoid for seeing what's obvious, of turning your accurate observations into evidence of your instability. And they feel safe in this, comfortable in their numbers, confident that their collective lie will weigh your singular truth.
You're wasting your time doing Coursera courses. I guarantee you Coursera will not be on the data interview. And so if you're looking to land a higher paying data job, data engineer, cloud engineer, maybe data analyst, business engineer, this is for you. Because if you are currently in tech, you probably can increase your pay by a crazy 20, 50, 70% increase with just a few months studying, instead of having to go and do Coursera courses that you're never going to get interviewed on. And again, if you don't believe me, just click on the link below. There's an entirely free video for you to watch, no credit card needed, on how Data Engineer Academy has already helped over 1,000 people transition from their current tech role into a data engineer role, a higher paid data job essentially. And again, you don't have to go to master's for 2 years. You don't have to do Coursera for a couple of months where the content isn't even real world projects. All you got to do is click on the link below. Just look at our method, and if it works for you, great. If it doesn't, all good. And I'll see you on the other side. Bye.
Got in a car accident here in Illinois. Someone called Top Dog and walked away with $850,000. That's 20 times more than what the insurance company actually first offered. Most people in Illinois don't realize that they may be eligible for a huge compensation after an accident. In cases across the country, Top Dog has helped clients secure settlements of $50K, $100K, $850K, and in some cases even over $5 million. But you won't get that feeling directly with your insurance. It's not like they're evil or anything, but they are incentivized to pay you less so they can make more. Top Dog Law is different. They are actively helping Illinois residents from Chicago to Springfield get settlements that they actually deserve. When you win big, they win big too. And that's how it should be. You've heard the radio spots while driving down the I-90, maybe even scrolled past them on TikTok or Facebook, but behind all the hype, Top Dog is getting real results for real people in Illinois. To qualify, your accident had to have happened in the last 2 years, the other driver must be at fault, and you had to have some injuries, and that's it. So click below, fill out the quick form, and make the call. Top Dog lawyers will take it from there. Don't worry, thousands, including your neighbors right here in Illinois, have already trusted and called Top Dog, and many have gotten life-changing settlements. Trust me, you have everything to gain and nothing to lose by making the call to see what your case might really be worth. You won't regret it.
That their coordinated story will be more believable than your lived experience. But here's where their plan has a fatal flaw. Here's the crack in their foundation they didn't see coming. Here's the miscalculation that's about to cost them everything. They forgot that you're not the same person who needed their validation, who craved their acceptance, who believed that being liked by them meant something valuable. They're still operating under the assumption that their opinion matters to you, that their presence in your life is something you're desperate to maintain, that losing them would devastate you into submission. They actually think you're going to fight for your place in their circle, beg for their forgiveness for crimes you didn't commit, plead your case to judges who decided your guilt before the trial even started. But you're not going to do any of that, are you? Because somewhere in the midst of their scheming, you've been doing your own evolving, your own growing, your own quiet revolution that they were too busy plotting to notice. You've been watching them too, studying their patterns, noting their contradictions, collecting your own evidence, not for revenge, but for clarity, not to use against them, but to remind yourself why walking away isn't lost. You've seen how they treat others when those others are no longer useful. You've witnessed the cycle of their affection and abandonment. You've recognized the pattern they're now running on you, that you've seen them run on everyone else who threatened their comfort zone. And the beautiful part, the part that's going to make their jaws drop when they realize it, is that you've been preparing for this longer than they've been planning it. You've been building your exit strategy while they were building their attack strategy. You've been fortifying your independence while they were fortifying their conspiracy. They thought they were ahead of you, but you've been 10 steps beyond them the entire time, just quiet about it, just patient about it, just strategic about your silence. Let me tell you what's about to happen, what they're not prepared for, what's going to flip their entire script upside down and leave them scrambling to understand how they lost control of the narrative they thought they owned. You're going to do the one thing they never saw coming, the move they have no counter for, the response they didn't rehearse defending against. You're going to walk away without explaining yourself, without defending your character, without giving them the satisfaction of seeing you fight for a position you no longer want in a group you no longer respect. You're going to disappear from their story so completely, so thoroughly, so finally, that they'll spend months trying to figure out what happened, why their plan didn't work, how you managed to escape the trap they spent so much time setting. And the silence, your silence, is going to drive them absolutely insane. Because silence doesn't give them anything to work with, anything to twist, anything to use against you. They're expecting drama. They're prepared for confrontation. They've rehearsed their responses to your anger, your hurt, your desperation to clear your name. They've got their speech ready about how they hate to do this, but they have concerns, how they care about you, but they need space, how it's not personal, but they need boundaries. They've practiced looking sympathetic while delivering character assassination, concerned while executing social murder, reluctant while twisting the knife they've been sharpening for months. But none of that works if you don't show up to the execution, if you don't give them the audience they need, if you refuse to play the role of the accused begging the jury for mercy. And that's exactly what you're going to do, or rather, exactly what you're not going to do. You're going to treat their betrayal like it's beneath your acknowledgement, like their conspiracy is too small to warrant your energy, like their opinion of you matters so little that defending yourself would be giving them power they don't deserve. And here's the twist that's going to haunt them, the part of this story they're going to replay in their minds for years trying to understand, the moment that's going to define how they remember you long after you're gone.
Get the QuickBooks mobile app. Simply snap photos of receipts, tap, and sort transactions automatically. Categorize business and personal transactions with a swipe. Take care of business with the QuickBooks mobile app, even on the go.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 and 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I can summarize long contracts and identify key terms instantly. AI Assistant helps me compare two different versions.
There are forces in this world that defy explanation, energies that connect us in ways science refuses to acknowledge, and sometimes When someone's hatred toward you becomes so intense, so concentrated, so obsessive, it manifests in ways that terrify even those who initiated it. Right now, somewhere in this world, someone might be thinking about you with such negative intensity that they tried to channel that energy against you. Maybe they created something, a ritual object, a focused curse, an attempt to bind your energy to their will.
Pat and the sheriff.
price is to pay for attempting to manipulate forces beyond your understanding. The
Is an international scammer. Huh? Yeah.
These people that came to destroy America are about to see
Yep.
not just America, but God's justice. without anybody being present, except for the legalities. God has not allowed himself the option to work in our world without working in and through his people. If we continue to accommodate, continue to move to retreat, eventually we will have to face the final demand, the final demand to put back. But Satan has told his own. He knows what our answer is going to be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of his cold word someday when the time is right to deliver his final ultimatum. Our surrender will be voluntary because you see by then we will have it so committed, spiritually, morally, economically, in places because from our side it's our voices pleading for peace and in Christ. We're better than debtors. One commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees with his microphone than die at his feet. And therein lies the road to war. Because those voices don't speak for themselves. You and I know do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth living for, where did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy of Moses had told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs. Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots of Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shelter of the world? The martyrs of Israel were not fools. Not believers dead. Who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis did not die in vain. Where their lives to broken peace, you say? Well, it's a simple answer after all. If you and I have the courage to tell our enemies there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which evil must not advance. It's so smart. The Constitution as well. Just barely hanging in there, but in life, do we even believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? There's no coincidence why it's now. Because without your life, you have no liberty. Without your life, you have no happiness. We're all in our creating, ladies and gentlemen, not born equal. Winston Churchill said that the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. Great forces are on the move throughout the world. We learn we are spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space. Whether we like it or not, it still sticky. My fellow Americans, you and I are unable to destiny. We'll preserve for our children this the last best hope of man on earth. We'll send Zen and take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness. We're now the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in its long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose this war, and it's so good we lose this great way of freedom of ours, we trickle we're home with the greatest astonishment. And those of us that have the most to lose did the least. To prevent it from happening, why I think it's high time now we ask ourselves if we still in the build of freedoms that were intended for us by our founding fathers. Every generation of Americans needs to know that freedom exists not to do what you like, but having the right to do what you want. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from all weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. My fellow Christians, warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation, he says. We were born as men. I see before me. Following my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You defied as freemen. And freemen you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? Trent says no, we'll run and we'll live. Yeah.
If we don't have order, we have nothing. By the
20th, 2021. Dark to light. Make America great again. The message from the dream in my book was given to us back again. Let's own this thing. Let's own our planet. God gave Adam and his seed the earth and all that was in it. But something's fucked up. God's giving us the chance to get it sorted back out again with his help. Let's ask him for that help with him. Father God, I thank you for every single person here tonight and those that hear this message elsewhere. I thank you for their presence on the battlefield. I thank you for their depth of knowledge and understanding. I thank you for placing them exactly where they're needed as a domino to fall against the enemy's plots and plans and schemes against our country and our planet. I pray that you would strengthen them in their resolve, strengthen them in their understanding of your will, protect them by the blood of our Savior, who died in our place. Bring us through this crisis, through this Red Sea moment, to praise you again. And take out our enemies who seek our destruction, even siding with the devil himself. Take them out so we never see their faces again. So we can do your will, bring the planet back under our control, under your supreme dominance and assistance. We ask you. God, please bless America. Bless every one of you here. I thank you for coming. Is fear of falling down here? Oh, it keeps me sitting here. I'd rather wander in the shadows. Have to look into the mirror. So much madness all around. Favor and darkness on their sweetness. Now my blinded eyes are open. I see the darkest part of me. Wake up to see her. I lift my head. I lift my head. The surge of lights found me. You're at my head. I'm at my head. You're the dead. We should have some imprint, some signature that makes us uniquely different within this calling that God has for us to do something way beyond. By the power of God Almighty, we're supposed to be vessels of this divine power at some higher level. This is when it goes to another level and shows the fingerprint of God in each person's life, being a conduit for God to do miraculous things in and through them, and to save lives. We're losing people every day. The medical establishment won't get there in time to save lives, and God's not going to share his glory with a famous doctor or two or 10 or so-and-so hospital. He's not going to share his glory with politicians destruction and death to the world around us and our families. God is appointing warriors to go to war against the devil's plan for death and destruction and disease and impoverishment and slavery, enslavement of a whole planet. God is empowering his warriors to go snatch victory from our enemies right now, and it will be done, accompanied by signs and wonders in the hands of God's people, who will then be given the opportunity to speak life and truth to the people around them. A lot of people want you to, well, the reason you have this issue is because you sin and go stop sinning. That's how Christ did. Christ healed them. He discipled them. There's a lot of lies here. In a very spiritual way. Just go clean yourself up and you can be saved. You can't clean yourself up enough. It takes divine action on our behalf to receive the gift of life and the gift of healing, and to also convey that. Go find those ministries, post them here at Gideon's Army, find them all across the country where they're at. If you can't go there, there's stuff online. Curry Blake has an 11-part series, 11 hours, talking about a proper sequence, understanding what your legal rights are as a Christian, a child of God, to heal. There's other ministries there's no exclusivity here. This is a move of the Spirit of God on the earth. If you want to be on the cutting edge, get there. This isn't about a prophetic word. Someday, a plague's going to come across on the earth, and everybody's going to be hurt and sick, and then God's going to have to do something. Hello? Hello? Anybody out there? We're here. The future is here. Let's say a prayer for all your folks. Father God, I pray that you would find each person in this audience, those that are this army that you've called together here, and that you would speak life and truth into their heart and their mind, in their daily walk, that you would provide them with just the right teachers, ministers, and students of the healing methodologies that you have put in place, so that they can learn how to operate, learn what their legal authorities are as children of Adam and this creation that you've given us, so that they may take steps forward in gaining back the earth and controlling the earth against our enemies for your glory. If we don't understand it precisely, we don't operate it right, we pray that by your own mind, by your own Holy Spirit, you would show us how to go about this and bring the right leaders, teachers to the fore, to the front of the pack, so that we can get instruction. And then guide us in our actions so we can go out to the communities around us where the other means and mechanisms mechanisms to heal and to help people may not get there in time. Put healing in our hands, bring healing to the population here in the country, and thereby give us room and
We are actually working from data. We've seen it from time and time again. People go from software engineers to an undergrad a year to data engineers making 3x that because they know that waiting for that $20,000, $30,000 promotion just isn't worth it. Companies need scalable data pipelines. They need cloud infrastructure. And so if you can train.
This is what you were born to become, a conqueror, a nightmare. The darkness they cannot escape. They will bow before you, their fear carving your name into eternity. You were not meant to show mercy. You were meant to break them, to tear down their world and rebuild it in your image.
vecina la verdad le recomiendo que le eche limón y bicarbonato, si es camisa blanca para que se blanquee más. Vecino, pero le tengo que comprar porque no tengo. ¿En serio ya no tiene? Ya, vecina, ¿qué está haciendo ahí, vecina? Vecina, estoy lavando la ropa que está toda sucia. Ay, vecina, la verdad le recomiendo que le eche limón y bicarbonato, si es camisa blanca para que se blanquee más. Vecino, pero le tengo que comprar porque no tengo. ¿En serio ya no tiene? Ya, vecina, ¿qué está haciendo ahí, vecina? Vecina, estoy lavando la ropa que está toda sucia. Ay, vecina, la verdad le recomiendo que le eche limón y bicarbonato, si es camisa blanca para que se blanquee más. Le tengo que comprar porque no tengo. ¿En serio ya no tiene?
Dangerous. Man, you need to step away from that animal. That's a wild bear.
He ain't wild, he's hungry. I've been feeding him oatmeal every morning.
It's dangerous. He could hurt you or anybody else.
That's my dog. You hush now. He's just big bone.
Dangerous. Man, you need to step away from that animal. That's a wild bear.
He ain't wild, he's hungry. I've been feeding. That's right, every last one of them. You see this? This is what a gallon of milk cost me now. Don't man me. $4.58 for eggs. I save these pennies per month. That's right, every last one of them. You see this? This is what a gallon of milk cost me now. Don't man me. $4.58 for eggs. I save these pennies per month. That's right, every last one of them. You see this? This is what a gallon of milk cost me now. Don't man me. $4.58 for eggs.
Just trying to make a bad situation good, you feel me? As you can see, we're in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? Free all my Muslim brothers, man. Shit, really free everybody out the chain, man. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, when we cook for everybody. And we cook for one. We cook for the family. For those that don't get it, for those that do. Free us. Just trying to make a bad situation good, you feel me?
Oakland, California, donde la vida no vale nada, donde la ciudad nos tiene abandonados. Oakland, California. Oakland, California, donde la vida no vale nada, donde la ciudad nos tiene abandonados. Oakland, California. Oakland, California, donde la vida.
For my ex, you can keep that nigga. For my ex, you can keep that nigga. For my ex, you can keep. For my ex, you can keep that nigga. For my ex, you can keep that nigga. For my ex, you can keep. For my ex, you can keep that nigga. For my ex, you can keep that nigga. You should see me now. I know there's nothing to tell. What you talk about? Why? You should see me. You should see me now. I know there's nothing to tell. What you talk about? Why?
No more?
What things can happen to those of us careless enough to disrespect our ancestors?
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 to 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I can summarize long contracts and identify key terms in.
He rose from the ashes, forged in pain, sharpened by betrayal. They tried to break him, but instead they created something unstoppable, something like a monster itself. And that's exactly why he's unstoppable. He has nothing left to lose. No chains, no limits, no mercy.
I stopped asking for peace the day I realized peace was just a word they used to keep me quiet. They wanted me calm, compliant, small, but there's no calm in my chest anymore. Only the echo of thunder that never stops. I was born into a battlefield I didn't create, surrounded by smiling faces with knives behind their backs, and they told me to trust them. I did. Once. Now I trust nothing but the storm inside me. They say it's paranoia. I say it's awareness. I learned to see through the masks, through the rehearsed smiles and trembling lies. I learned that love is often a weapon sharper than any blade, and that kindness, when it comes from a liar, is just poison in disguise. I've been burned too many times to mistake fire for warmth. So I stopped pretending. I stopped hoping for mercy. Because in this world, it's always me versus all of them. Every day I wake up, I hear the whispers, not from others, but from the fragments of who I used to be. The broken versions, the softer versions, the ones that begged to be understood. I buried them all. I gave them a funeral no one attended. Now there's only me, the survivor, the soldier, the weapon. I am both the sword and the wound that made it. They don't understand what it means to be forged like this, to have every betrayal melt your flesh into armor, to have every lie carve scripture into your bones. I didn't ask for this war, but once it began, I refused to lose. I refused to die quiet. I became my own army. They call me cold because I stopped caring about their approval. They call me heartless because I stopped letting them use mine as target practice. But the truth is, I feel everything. Too deeply, too violently. That's why I had to kill the part of me that still cared. It wasn't weakness. It was surgery. A necessary amputation.
Hello?
You can't go too far by carrying sentimentality.
Hello?
You have to let it burn. I learned everything. My empathy.
Hello?
My desire to be loved. Reduced to ash. What rose from that ash wasn't a man or a monster. It was something else. Something untamed. Something free. They said, I changed. They were right. I evolved. Because when they turned their backs, I turned my pain into a weapon. When they laughed, I sharpened my silence into strategy. When they left, I built empires out of absence. Every time they pushed me down, I learned to fall like a seed.
You're not getting replaced by AI, you're replaced by someone who understands how to use it. There's a lot of fear around this, right? People are afraid it's going to be dystopian, it's going to destroy the world. And there's fears of just losing your jobs, and they're good fears. AI is the most powerful tool we've ever had, but it's happening so fast. There's so many things, it's overwhelming. Watching YouTube to try to figure out what I should do. And so what most people do is very little or nothing.
So I could rise again, multiplied. I am the consequence that they never prepared for. They made the mistake of thinking I needed them, that I crumble without their validation, without their approval, without their applause. But I am not applause. I am the sound before the storm, the one that makes the ground tremble. And when I speak now, I don't ask to be heard. I demand to be felt. Because this is war. And in war, there are no apologies. They taught me to play their games. Lies, manipulation, deceit. I learned it all from the best. From the ones who swore they loved me while digging my grave. Now, I use their tricks against them. They think I'm cruel. But cruelty was their language long before it became mine. I just became fluent. And the thing about fluency, once you learn it, you can't unlearn it. Now, I walk through rooms like a ghost with purpose. Every step is deliberate. Every silence is a weapon. Every glance a warning. They don't know how to fight what they can't predict. They still think I'm playing defense. They have no idea I'm already 10 moves ahead. They see arrogance. I see strategy. They see ego. I see survival. They see a monster. I see evolution. Because when you've been broken enough times, when your name becomes a curse in their mouths, when your dreams are used as bait to trap you, there comes a moment when you stop wanting to be saved. You start wanting to win. I no longer need to explain myself. I am the explanation. They'll ask each other, how did this happen? And they'll never admit the answers themselves. I didn't become this in spite of them. I became this because of them. Let that echo, let it haunt, let it sit in the back of their minds, chewing at the edges of their pride. They thought they could mock me into oblivion, but I turned their mockery into a forge. And now I am forged, hard, unbending, relentless. Every time I was told I wasn't enough, I added another layer. Every laugh aimed at me became another scar I wear like medals. I carry all of it with me. Every doubt, every slight, every you can't. And now I walk with thunder in my chest. I speak with lightning on my tongue. I look them in the eye, and I don't flinch, because I know who I am. I am what rises when the world tries to crush a soul and fails. I am the answer to every time they thought I was finished. Let them remember me when they sleep. Let them hear my name like a siren in the dark. Let them wish they had shown kindness instead of cruelty. But it's too late for that. I'm not seeking peace. I'm bringing judgment, not because I want to hurt them, but because they need to feel it. They need to feel the weight of their own actions coming back to them. I'm done carrying it for them. The shame is theirs now. The fear is theirs now. The reckoning is theirs now. I've stepped out of the ashes, and I didn't come back to forgive. I came back to make them remember. They mocked a storm they couldn't see. Now they'll drown in it. Not just a piece, not just a taste, not just a fraction of what was denied to me. I will take it all. Everything I was promised, everything stolen from me, every ounce of respect, every throne, every crown, every scrap of glory that slipped through my hands. It is mine. I will take it with bloodied hands if I must. I will take it with fire in my veins and a war cry in my throat. I will tear down every wall. I will rip apart every gate. I will set fire to every lie ever told about me. I'm not afraid of their judgment. I'm not afraid of their whispers. I'm not afraid of their armies, their shields, their mockery. I'm the storm that no fortress can withstand. I'm the reckoning that no prayer can delay. I hear the ticking clock. I feel the pull of destiny clawing at my back. And I smile, because they don't understand. They thought time would wear me down. They thought I would forget. They thought the wounds would make me weak.
Stay with me until the end of this episode, because today we're investigating one of the oldest and most elusive ideas in human thought, the moment when consciousness forgot its own wholeness. This is Omniscient, where we
You understand English? You do? You understand English? You do? Why did you park here? No, no good. Is there anybody else in the truck? Is there anybody else in the truck? Your company. Okay, you don't understand English. Pants. Put your pants on. Put your pants on. Pants. Put some pants on. You don't understand English. What company do you work for? California. Your company's called California? Yeah, you don't understand me.
Your reaction, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, so first up, it begs the question, how in the hell did someone like that get a driver's license, right? Because we have requirements that you have to be proficient in speaking English. And so one, whether you're at the DMV in California and issuing a license, or the school that tested him that would have, said he's proficient as a driver and sent him to the DMV in California, there's multiple trigger points where someone should have flagged this guy that he should not be driving. The problem, specifically in California, but also in other states, is that they're not enforcing the English-only provisions of our federal law.
Herman, get back! Alma. Where's here? I don't know.
Examine the records, the symbols, and the traces of what humanity once knew. In the beginning, before history, before even time as we understand it, there was no division. Consciousness was whole.
I want to start off by saying this is not a normal screwdriver. It has a little trick up its sleeve that I've never seen before. At first glance, it looks like a standard regular screwdriver made by Klein. However, the other day when I was in Home Depot, I seen this hanging on the shelf, and something about this screwdriver caught my eye. What it was is this little extra pin located down here by the handle. And in the label, it kind of tells what it's for. It says wire bending. The little pin is designed to easily put a loop in a wire that is the perfect size every time, which makes wiring receptacles and light switches extremely easy. Sure, there are other tools that help you make this little loop. However, being able to make the loop on the very same tool that you're going to tighten the screw down, well, that's quite clever. I want to start off by saying this is not a normal screwdriver. It has a little trick up its sleeve that I've never seen before. At first glance, it looks like a standard regular screwdriver made whole.
Light was one, and what we now call love and wisdom existed as two currents of the same source. The ancients called this totality the pleroma, a Greek term meaning fullness, completion, the divine field in which nothing is missing. But then something happened. According to early Gnostic accounts, one of the emanations of that divine field, a principle called Sophia, meaning wisdom desired to know itself independently from the totality. That act of
If you need full dentures but can't deal with the endless expensive dentist visits, you need to see this. I used to hide my mouth every time I laughed. I'd avoid eating out because I was terrified my dentures would slip and fall out. It's exhausting. You feel like a part of you is gone. Then I found these True Ease custom fit dentures. The crazy part? They're designed to mold perfectly to your mouth in just 3 minutes, whether you have all your teeth, some teeth, or none at all. No glue, no dentist, no appointments. All you have to do is dip them in hot water to activate the Flex Fit material, bite down to mold it to the unique shape of your mouth, and you have a brand new set of dentures. They look so real my friend thought I'd gotten implants. They don't rub, they don't slip, just a secure, natural fit. Now, I bite into apples, steak, anything I want. I speak clearly, and I smile without even thinking about it. I've worn mine every day for months, and they still feel brand new. It feels like I've got my life back. These look even better than the ones they made me at the dentist, but I fitted them myself, right here at home. I can't believe I waited so long. If you've been hiding your smile or want to speak and eat normally again, stop waiting. Get yours now at the link below. You deserve to feel like you again. And right now, they're running a limited time, buy two, get one free deal. It's great to have a backup on hand. Plus, there's a 90-day smile guarantee. Love your fit or get your money back.
Oh my god, I lost one of my earbuds. My brand new ones.
I know, I just got you this thing. It has earbud tracking.
What? What do you mean?
Check it out. So you just turn on the screen right here, this little button. You know, it has all these little apps that you can go on TikTok, play your music. Have you tried the translation feature?
No.
Dude, it literally can translate any language. So if someone's talking in like Chinese, you can literally hear it.
Okay, but I need to understand.
Yeah, I know. So you just go here and you find the tracking. Let me see. Find my earbuds right here. So you just hit this. It'll literally beat wherever it is. So try to listen to it. All right, see if you can find it now.
Wait, I hear it. It's all over here. Wait, it was blending in.
Oh, it's by your charging station.
No, that's crazy. I didn't know I could do all that.
Oh.
This is tonight in Washington, D.C.'s Navy Yard. Youths have taken over the streets. National Guard are practically powerless as they're not armed with crowd control munitions and can't make arrests. That must change. Back DC. But guys, I want to show you this. And then I have something to show you this. Really shocking. Really shocking. I mean, this is shocking. But you're not going to believe the response of the mayor in DC. I promise you it's going to blow your mind. But let's take a listen a look at what's going on here in DC. So as you can see, a bunch of YNs, that's what they call them, young ninjas is what we call them, okay? That's what the Black community calls them, YNs. Just acting a fool, acting a complete mess. Now you remember when all of the left and Democrats were like, we don't need the National Guard, we don't need anything to help, we don't need this, that, and the other, because DC's under control, nothing, no problem, they're just trying to hurt Black people and all this other stuff. Remember that? Well, look at this. Now, this popped up on my timeline last night, and I had to double check to make sure. Wait, this is coming from Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC, the very left Democrat, establishment Democrat, DNC, DC. Yes, this is what she says. We are declaring a limited juvenile curfew in Washington, D.C., effective immediately. All juveniles under the age of 18 are subject to a curfew from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m., which will extend through 11/5. Well, you're going to need it longer than that, sweetheart. You're going to need it longer than that. Now, the National Guard is set to be there until February. It's been extended to then. But remember they said they were just going to round up and corral Black people into concentration camps in D.C.? That's what the National Guard was going to do? No, they were there for a specific purpose. But they can't do anything about this. They can't do crowd patrol with juveniles. Okay? They can't do that. And so they're there protecting the streets, cleaning it up, and it's gotten a lot better. But still, even with all that, this is what's going on. They are not there to replace police. They are not there to replace these elected leaders, as everyone was claiming. That was the panic. Remember, that was the talking point. You know, we cycle through new talking points, new panic every other week. So, because they need something to throw at the wall to make sure it sticks, but it never does. So then she continues, this is in response to several weeks, guys, several weeks of disorderly juvenile behavior, which endangered both themselves and others. Then she finished up. The chief of police is also authorized to designate special curfew zones for youth under 18 beginning 6 p.m. Wow, wow, wow. I am color me shocked. There's more to get into this. I want to, let me show you guys this, okay?
You're wasting your time doing Coursera courses. I guarantee you Coursera will not be on the data interview. So if
They laughed at your silence, but they didn't realize they were standing next to a volcano before eruption. Now imagine this for a moment.
Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, did you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, did you realize? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, did you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, did you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it?
Stay in the car. Because there's a traffic stop. Get back in the car. Yeah, get back in the car. Get back in the car.
It's like loud.
Get back in the car.
I'm home. I was coming home. You thought I was following you, and I was
You gotta
coming
get back in the car.
home. I saw what you did, and I wasn't behind you or bothering me. And I don't have a traffic stop because I wasn't speeding.
Okay.
I'm home.
Are you fleeing? Are you fleeing?
I'm home.
Fleeing?
No, I'm home.
All right, cool. Put your hands on your back.
He's trying to kill me. He want to kill me.
Behind your back.
This is a
Not a murder.
Yes, it
Relax.
is. I already got my arm popped, so whatever.
Yes.
I'm home. He thought I was following him.
Behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
It's a murder. It's a murder. I didn't do nothing. It's a murder. It's a murder.
Give me your other hand.
Look, I'm on the computer. It's a murder. It's a murder.
Give me your other hand.
It's a murder. It's a murder. It's a murder.
On this end.
It's a murder.
Go, please walk away.
It's a
Walk
murder.
away.
It's my sister.
Walk
It's a
away.
murder. I'm not going nowhere.
You
It's a
don't
murder.
back.
I'm not going nowhere.
Back the fuck up. You need to back up. You want to get over here? You want to get over here? You don't touch the vehicle. You stop. Back. Not here. Get your hand. Let go.
comes off like a comedy sketch.
Y'all think I know what y'all doing? I don't know who hates.
Why are you acting like
Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, do you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, do you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness? Now that you guys had time to think about this EBT shit, do you realize that it's a democratic shutdown and that Trump has nothing to do with it? Or do you guys still suffer from a long-term sickness?
Why are you acting like this? Why are you acting like this? He's like she's got a demon in her. You know, we just need to exorcist when he gets to jail.
Stay in the car. Because there's a traffic stop. Get back in the car. Get back in the car. Get back in the car.
But you guys have to think about this EBT shit. Do you realize that it?
Back in the car.
I'm home. I was coming home.
Yeah, if I climb. However, the other day when I was in Home Depot, I seen this thing.
I was following you.
Back in the car.
Okay, so this is pretty cool. You gotta check this out. This is one piece, and it turns into two. The first one is the transmitter. This has USB-C, and you can plug it into your phone, tablet, or laptop. The second piece is the receiver. This has an HDMI port on the bottom, and it comes with the cable, so that you can plug it into your TV, monitor, or whatever screen you have around. And I love how it comes back together as one when you're done, so you don't lose it. So I went ahead and plugged that receiver into the screen behind me. So all you gotta do now is just plug in the
Homeland Security arrested 72-year-old Joseph Giancola. He's charged with threatening federal law enforcement online with posts like, shoot the ICs down like the rabid dogs they are.
Yeah, so he's in trouble. Now, this is Joseph, and he decided to make some pretty threatening statements on social media about ICE agents.
You're watching the video of federal agents breaking down the front door of the Giancola home in Cape Coral using a battering ram.
Yeah, that's how you know federal agents were not messing around. They brought a battering ram to arrest Joseph. And don't worry, we will go through the social media post, and I think you'll see why federal agents were not taking this case lightly. Now, before we start the video, make sure you guys please like the video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, and it also helps others see the videos as well. Also, by sharing, commenting, subscribing, everything helps. I make the videos, but I do need your help to get them out there, and I think people want to see what's going on with Joseph.
Gulf Coast News was there today when the Cape Coral man accused of threatening to kill ICE agents online walked out of federal court in downtown Fort Myers. The Department of Homeland Security arrested Joseph Giancola Jr. yesterday morning. They say he posted things like, "These ICE Nazis down and shoot those ICE thugs dead."
Okay, if you are subscribed to my channel, you know we keep seeing more and more cases just like Joseph, where somebody who hates ICE will go on social media, type out a threat, and then they get arrested. Now, here's what people don't understand, and this is why we keep seeing more and more people arrested for threats against ICE agents. You have something known as a hoax threat. So even if you type out a really bad threat and you're saying you want to hurt ICE agents, but then you say, well, I'm not actually going to do it, that's still considered a hoax threat, and you can still be in trouble for that.
They use a fake social media account to make the post on the social media platform Blue Sky.
Okay, so Joseph was posting all of this on Blue Sky. Now, I already know what a lot of you are thinking, and Homeland Security has already said there seems to be an issue over on Blue Sky as far as cases just like this. I will talk about that in another video, but I also want to point out, and a lot of people are missing this, the post occurred all the way back in July. On my YouTube channel, we have talked about these cases take a very long time. They have to build up. A proper investigation is needed to figure out whether or not these threats are valid or who exactly is Kane Dellin. Well, it turns out it's Joseph.
You're watching the video of federal agents breaking down the front door of the Giancola home in Cape Coral, using a battering ram, then serving a search warrant.
Federal agents raided the home on Thursday. Homeland Security arrested 72-year-old Joseph Giancola.
And if you haven't already, again, make sure to please subscribe to my channel so I can keep you up to date with stories just like this. We uncover these stories all the time. You'd be surprised how common these are. Now look, these are very serious threats. I mean, he is quite literally saying, if an ICE agent gets near me, I'm going to take him out. Just that one threat alone would probably warrant an investigation, but these are threats after threats after threats. But I just want to show you guys, Homeland Security really did their due diligence.
He warned. Court documents say Joseph told the special agent that he would not care if the agent called him a traitor.
I was very surprised to read those posts. That's not my dad.
Yeah, so 2 points here. Number one, Joseph quite literally said to an agent, yeah, I don't care if somebody takes you out. Number two, even his daughter is shocked, like, wow, how could my father say that? In fact, we have an interview with Joseph. We'll get to that in a second. But the main point I'm really trying to prove here, a lot of times you would never imagine what some of the people are saying on the internet. But to Homeland Security, they really try to make sure they do a thorough investigation, which is why, even though these posts happened all the way back in July, they still wanted to make sure Joseph had the intentions of these threats to really harm Homeland Security, and they even asked him, hey, what do you think if one of us gets taken out? You don't care? Perfect. That just adds on to the investigation.
Middle of our interview, Joseph Giancola says a judge ordered him not to talk about the case. He did want to make one thing clear, though.
It hurts me that they've had to feel the effects of my behavior, because it was never to harm my family or never to involve my family.
Giancola says his family has nothing to do with this. But he says they will get through it as a family.
We have a lot of healing to do, and I want to help them with that.
So I know what you're all thinking. Man, that seems like a totally different person than what we're seeing right here on the screen. In fact, what this really reminds me of is the whole Charlie Kirk situation, where people I think you never expected were just popping up and said, yeah, I never liked the guy. And again, we saw that on a mass scale. Some people said some really evil things, and some people just straight up said, I never liked Charlie. But the point I'm trying to make is, to Homeland Security, they don't care who you are. If you make these threats from a lawmaker to a regular old person like Joseph, they don't care. It's going to get investigated, which means you could definitely assume we're going to see a lot more people being arrested if Homeland Security is catching people from what they said all the way back in July. However, when I was doing research for this video, it turns out Joseph may have done something all the way back in 2018.
Agents raided the Giancola's house along Chiquita Boulevard early yesterday morning, tearing the house apart looking for evidence.
In the criminal complaint, agents said they asked Giancola if he recalled speaking with Secret Service agents in 2018 regarding similar conduct. Giancola told the agent he was no physical threat to anyone, but added, quote, "I have every right to vent my anger online."
Yeah, so I don't know what that 2018 incident was all about, but apparently he had a conversation with Secret Service about the exact same conduct or conduct that would wave a red flag for the U.S. government. Take a look at what he was saying.
Giancola told the agent he was no physical threat to anyone, but added, quote, "I have every right to vent my anger online."
Okay, so once again, we have another case that we are covering where somebody crosses that line, but they say, hey, I have freedom of speech, I can say what I want to say. Oftentimes on my channel, we typically see this in the fashion of following federal agents. Hey, I'm driving on a public road, I'm driving right behind you, I can film you if I want, but it comes down to intentions. What are you actually trying to say? What are you actually trying to do? Now, to the Trump administration, they are trying to pin down, we understand you have the First Amendment right, but why do you feel so obligated for these threats? Why do you feel so obligated to create this environment of what some might say violence? Well, Tom Homan recently had an interview, and he seems to have some answers.
And I'll say it again. I think the reason those are so high is because of vilification and the negative rhetoric we hear from members of Congress, from governors and mayors who simply don't want immigration law enforced. So they attack the men and women at ICE and Border Patrol, not some racists. They're enforcing laws that Congress enacted. I beg anybody, go to ICE.gov, look at the data.
And it turns out Tom Homan is correct. When you actually go to the website he's talking about, it says our ICE law enforcement officers are now facing an 8,000% increase in threats against their lives. And the question we have to ask is, how did we get to this point? How are we up to 8,000% specifically with threats against Homeland Security agents? We're not even talking about I hate ICE. We're talking about a subcategory which is extreme enough in which somebody could be a potential threat in ending someone's life belonging to ICE. So this is why Tom Homan and the Trump administration is making it very clear. We suspect we keep seeing more people like Joseph is because you have members of Congress, senators, people who create the policies for ICE, demonizing ICE. This is the stance of the Trump administration. The more you demonize Homeland Security agents, the more you're going to have the everyday individual doing things just like Joseph. And guess what? It's probably about to get much worse because of this.
We got to look for that 10.5 million illegal aliens that came across that board. We got to look, in addition to 15 million already here. So now the roles change. Now Border Patrol is backstopping ICE on the interior. It's working. Record numbers of removals, arrests. Right now, we already have a record number, historic number of arrests and removals this fiscal year. And we're bringing on 10,000 more agents by...
So there seems to be a direct correlation. The more that you see these deportations, the more you see pushback. Again, on my channel, please subscribe. We are seeing this in real time over in Chicago. People willing to slam their cars into Homeland Security agents known as ICE rammers. We are seeing legal observers follow Homeland Security agents in Los Angeles, and then they get into these road chases. So with more deportations coming up, with more ICE agents flooding the streets to include Border Patrol, of course we're going to see more threats against agents and more actions.
Mid-January, and we're going to blow this historic number out of the water next year. So everything's working good. It's still under the leadership of acting director Todd Lyons, under the leadership of Secretary No. The results speak for themselves. That the agency out there doing what President Trump promised he'd do is make his country safe again.
Joseph Giancola Jr. is back home tonight after appearing in court just earlier today. He's been in custody for more than a day after Homeland Security raided his home, then arrested him. He is accused of making online threats to ICE agents.
Okay, so something else I have noticed when we do these investigations, for some reason, a lot of the people who make threats about Homeland Security, like really bad threats we're seeing right here, a lot of times they have no prior criminal history. Yes, Joseph did have a run-in with Secret Service, but he was released by a judge, so obviously it's implied that he is not a safety risk or threat. We see this with other cases just like Joseph. So again, the question is, Why all of a sudden you were a peaceful person, never had problems, but then all of a sudden you're like, I'm going to take out ICE agents, I don't care. Where is that coming from? These are the questions we have.
The IRS just got a lot more powerful thanks to the Supreme Court. According to a unanimous ruling that came out of the U.S. Supreme Court, it is now officially legal for the IRS to secretly obtain the bank records of individuals who are not under investigation. I repeat, with this new ruling now in place, you can be a person who has committed no crime. You're not even suspected.
Now, Todd Lyons, the ICE director, he actually talks about how he suspects there has to be something going on. Why all of a sudden are we seeing attacks on ICE agents? Well, here's what he has to say. And by the way, he's super anti-putting masks on ICE agents, but he doesn't have a choice because of all of these online attacks and in-person attacks.
Showing that death threats against your ICE agent surged 8,000% over last year. And again, they still continue to be on the job and do their jobs.
And during the Biden administration, did we ever hear about this at all? Again, it's now just popping up.
You know, they do that is because they're proud of the work they do. They're sworn law enforcement officers, some of the bravest law enforcement officers in America. But really, I think what drives them is the fact that they're doing the will of the American people. They have a president that supports them, and they have a secretary that's leading from the front. And they know that the administration has their back. You know, it's scary, these numbers, but the men and women of ICE know they're out there, you know, conducting a crucial mission. And, you know, what really bothers me is the fact that we have so many elected officials that are actually advocating running from law enforcement, resisting law enforcement, right? Mm-hmm. We didn't see these vehicles being used as weapons until all of a sudden we had elected officials vouching for these violent actions.
My YouTube channel was never intended to be about following protesters who crash into ICE agents. In fact, 4 months ago, I had a very serious conversation. I looked myself in the mirror and I'm like, what am I doing? It's not even a common thing. It's just inflated. It turns out here we are 4 months later. No, this is a very serious problem. And every single day, we keep seeing ICE agents followed, crashed into, or some sort of clash confrontation. Whether it's from an individual protester, whether it's online, whether it's a politician. My job is to try and give you the facts. I don't want to try and fearmonger, but it's true. We cover this on my channel every day, 3 times a day. This happens.
Saying it's okay to resist ICE. You know, that vehicle is a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
You know, law enforcement officers all across this country, not just ICE, but state, local, federal level, have to protect themselves in self-defense. That is a 2-ton weapon being used against them. And if they have to fight, they have to do what it takes to make sure they go home to their family every night.
And what we're also seeing is the pushback with ICE, also Border Patrol. Many people just identify everyone as ICE. Anyone involved in deportations, for some reason, there's a lot of hesitation and questions as to how ICE defends themselves or how they protect themselves. And you know, here in Chicago, you have a judge who's saying, I don't know if you should use tear gas. And then when you look at the video, they're surrounded by hundreds of protesters throwing rocks. And the judge is like, yeah, I don't know, but I still want to see the details as to why you use tear gas when we're all watching the same video. So again, this is another different situation where there's a lot of pushback specifically for deportation operations and their security officers. They are even getting questioned, hey, why are you pushing back against these ICE rammers? Why are you getting out of your vehicles and threatening people following you? Again, these are all of the questions we have. But one thing we do know, objectively speaking, this is an 8,000% spike that just happened all of a sudden. But the question is, what's the correlation? Is it the politicians? Is it just more deportations? That's what we're all looking into.
At my anger online. End quote.
And very much like you said, and very much like people to be aware of it. Yet my family and I had suffered it. We're suffering. And that much I will say, it's not big. I don't have to talk about the case to say we've been suffering a lot.
Giancola's daughter, Anna, told us earlier this morning the family is scared for their lives. They are now speaking to a realtor about moving from their home. Joseph Giancola was calm this afternoon in federal court. He told the judge he understands his restrictions upon release, but did get hesitant when Judge Rice told him internet or electronic usage is completely prohibited.
And that is common. Judges will say, look, you're released, but you cannot use the internet And we've seen that in pretty much every single case we track or follow. If you use a device to threaten ICE agents and you're saying you're not guilty, look, we still have to be careful. No internet for you, Joseph. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Again, the intentions of my videos is to create a peaceful dialogue. In fact, if you don't like ICE Homeland Security, that's fine. You are welcome here, but understand this is a warning for people. Be careful what you post on the internet. So thank you guys so much for being here. Again, like I always say, and I always advocate for peace, please pray for peace. Thank you guys so much for everything. God bless, and we'll see you all later.
At Bell Tire, we're out to change the entire tire business. We actually take care of our customers.
That's what makes us different. That and our one employee that happens to be a tire.
He's really our inspiration, our North Star. I don't use the word hero very often, but look at him. I know a lot about tires, but he is literally a tire.
We're not your ordinary tire store because we're changing your tires. Bell Tire.
Wherever you're headed, Discount Tire wants to get you there safely. That's why we created Treadwell. Treadwell shows you transparent test results on how tires really perform.
Let's get you taken care of.
Senator John Kennedy is on the Adam Carolla Show.
Good to see you, Senator.
Adam, good to see you, man. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. I see you on TV all the time with your witticisms and your analogies. Very funny and effective. You know, I think you can paint a picture with a short analogy or a funny saying much more effectively than a long run-on sentence. Has that always been your style?
Yes, and you know, my business in large part, Adam, is it's a lot like yours, is communication. And the American people are busy. They're busy getting up every day and going to work and obeying the law and paying their taxes. They don't have time to sit around all day listening to politicians honk on like a goose. So when I have a chance to communicate to them and make my points, I've got 4 or 5 minutes, and I want it to be memorable, and I want it to be genuine, and I want it to be plain, and I want it to be candid. And sometimes that gets me in trouble, but God gave me the right to remain silent, but not to get victim.
The shutdown seems like something everyone is talking about. I know the Republicans seem like they would like to stop spending so much money, especially on frivolous things, and especially on frivolous things that take place off of the shores of this country, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I'm from California. We spent billions on a train and you really started to lean to it because the numbers are so astronomical now that you almost can't digest them, and so you end up sort of becoming immune to this. But just in general, I feel like the Republicans are the party of trying to save some money, and that money is taxpayer money.
Well, we are. And this shutdown is really very simple. Now, the Democrats have tried to muddy the water to make it look deep, but here's what happened. Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, our country just rocked and all, minding its own business. The budget expired. Our budget expired that day at midnight, but we've been talking to the Democrats about working on a new budget. And I thought we were making progress. And then all of a sudden, Senator Schumer came to us and said, here's the deal. Unless you give us $1.5 trillion to spend as we tell you, we're going to vote to shut down the government. And, you know, our heads snapped back. My mother didn't raise a fool, and if she did, it was one of my brothers. There's no way I was going to vote for that. There's no way President Trump was going to support that. There's no way my Republican colleagues were going to vote for that. And so we just said, well, do what you got to do, because we're not giving you $1.5 trillion. We're trying to reduce the size of the government. And that's really what's going on, Adam. We're not asking for anything. We're not asking for a single solitary thing except keep government open so we can negotiate a budget. And that's what's going on.
And
that's what, I mean, it's a multiple vehicle pileup, but it's not our fault. It's Senator Schumer and his puppeteer, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, so do you think that's what's going on? I mean, Schumer's hanging on for dear life, and it's sort of the super progressive side of the aisle that is, you know, it's weird, because I never thought of it this way, but I'm picturing Democrats in general, like the Democrats I know, is let's just say they're in a large Viking ship, and they're all just paddling. They have an oar in their hand, and they're just rowing in a large Viking ship, and that's what most of them are doing. But there's a handful of people, and they're in charge of the rudder. And they're going, we're not going the direction you want us to go. And the majority are just going, we're just trying to make land, we're just rowing, we're just hardworking folks. And they're going, no, we're steering toward climate change and the trans community and all the weird stuff that nobody wants, and the majority of you rowing don't want, but we're in control of the rudder. And I feel that's what happened with Biden. Biden got sold to us like some sort of middle of the road, you know, slow and steady Uncle Joe and all that. But and that's what people voted for, but that's not who was in charge of the rudder. That's not who was steering the ship.
I think you're absolutely right. That's a good analogy. The moon wing, the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, it's not every Democrat, but it's a pretty big part of them. Maybe a third of the party, 40%, but they're in control. And their leader is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Now, she's helped along by Senator Bernie Sanders, for example, but they're in control. They're about to elect a socialist mayor of New York. And that's who Senator Schumer is taking orders from, because he's up for re-election in a couple of years in New York. And he wants the moon wing of his party to love him. And that's why he's trying to ingratiate himself to them and to the Congresswoman with a shutdown. And you're right about President Biden. I think most people who voted for President Biden thought they were getting the second coming of Bill Clinton, who by modern standards was a moderate Democrat. Instead, they got the second cousin of Bernie Sanders, or Ocasio-Cortez. And that's who's in control of the party, and they're running things.
Yeah, and what they got was an auto pen and a bunch of people in charge who they didn't vote for. And so, yeah.
I was just going to say, this wing of the party, these people are crazy as bedbugs. They hate George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Thomas Jefferson and Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato. They think they're all racist. They think kids can change genders at recess, and we're supposed to honor that. I mean, they're just crazy, but they are in control.
Right. And that's kind of an argument I have with people sometimes, where they go, you know, what about the Klan or the Proud Boys? They're not in control of the Republican Party. They bring up the Klan every 10 minutes. I've never seen a Klansman. I'm in Southern California, so they don't have a lot of rallies in this neck of the woods, but they're not in charge of anything. The loony side fringe is not the fringe. It's the majority in terms of policy. They are in control. They are dictating policy. And it's nutty and it's dangerous. And then you kind of get back to, what do they want? It seems to me like they want chaos, because it doesn't seem that any of their requests are clear or have an end game.
Well, yes, they want chaos, but out of the chaos, here is what they really want. They think they are smarter and more virtuous than the American people. They think the American people are stupid. And so they want the American people to send all of their money and all of their freedom to the moon wing of the Democratic Party in Washington. And they will make decisions for the rest of us because we're not smart enough and we're not virtuous enough to do the right thing. They think that they can spend your money better than you can. It's the most elitist view, arrogant view I can possibly imagine, but that's what they believe. That's what President Biden's people believe. Deep down, I think that's what President Obama believes, and that's what we're dealing with. A bunch of people that have more zeal than wisdom. They're often wrong, but they're never in doubt. They have all the answers.
Yeah.
Just ask.
It's an elitism meets a narcissism. Like there's a kind of, you have to be narcissistic to want that kind of dominion over people. Regular folk who aren't elitists and narcissists, when you say you want to be in charge of a group of people, they go, no, that's uncomfortable. It's not for me to say. It's not for me to dictate to them what to do or how to go about it. That's the way I felt all during COVID. I'm not here to tell people how to live or what to do. The ones who dove in with both feet were the ones who jumped at the idea of controlling other people's lives. That's why I find it so rich that guys like Gavin Newsom would talk to us and lecture us about socialism and totalitarianism and control and dominion and stuff. We just got done with COVID. He did everything to control everybody in his state. Yeah. And so did Gretchen Whitmer, and so did whoever's running, whoever's up Chicago, New York. They all did it. So why are you lecturing us about control over your citizens when we just did an experiment called COVID? It was 10 minutes ago, and you guys all failed.
Well, that's a good analysis. But you have to understand, I think you do, but many people they don't see it from the inside like I do, and like to some extent you do. These people, how can I put this? These people really think they're the smartest people on the planet.
Yes.
And they also think that they're righteous.
Yes.
They think anybody who disagrees with them is not just wrong, they're in sin. They're racist, and they're sexist, and they're misogynistic, and they're Nazis, and they're bigots. And I could go down the list. That's why I say they're often wrong, but they're never in doubt.
I think Barack Obama, and even more so, maybe Michelle Obama, became the sort of poster children for that. Super elite. He speaks like we're hanging on every utterance that comes out of our mouth. He talks so deliberately and so slow as if we're all kneeling at the hem of the man who's come down from the mountain, who's carrying the tablets with the wisdom. He doesn't say anything. She doesn't say anything either, but they're both poster children for this era of sort of super elite. And yes, they have much more education than you do, and you couldn't possibly understand, but they're going to save you from yourself, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's the most arrogant approach you can have as really a human being. And
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I didn't see as much of it. I felt like the Obamas ushered that in. Bill Clinton didn't have that, and Jimmy Carter, like you could say what you want about Jimmy Carter, but he didn't have that elite, listen to me because you're too dumb to make your own decisions vibe. He didn't talk down to everybody. He wasn't that, and neither was Clinton, and neither were the Bushes, and Reagan wasn't that way, and we sort of sailed all the way through, and then we got to Obama, and this started. And it continued. I think Kamala Harris tried to pick it up, but she wasn't capable of pulling it off.
Well, personally, President Biden wasn't like that, but he wasn't in control.
Right.
The people around him were in control, and the people around him were basically former aides to President Obama. I was often asked during President Biden's term by my people back home in Louisiana, who's really the president? Because they would listen to President Biden talk like he was from outer space, and they would say he can't possibly be making decisions. Who's making the decisions, Kim? And I would tell them, the real president is whoever has control of that teleprompter. And I think the people that have control of that teleprompter, in addition, President Biden's family, but on a day-to-day basis were the 5 or 6 top aides to President Biden, and they were all former Obama people.
Where are we at with the Comey indictment and, a lot of what we would